I needed to wipe that place off the map. You took me there to do it, and I owe you. You don't know what it's like, Shepard, to have garbage like that following you. It marks you in ways you don't expect.
I've made a lot of hard choices, Jack. Like what to let go.
Hard to walk away from it. You'd think it would get easier now that the place is a crater. But what else do I know?
I never thought I'd see you show mercy. But you let a wretch live.
He was trapped in the past, reliving it every day. You showed how that could be me. I'm not getting stuck like that. I'm better than him, and I'm sure as hell not carrying that crater around with me.
Do you think you're different now?
I know that place is gone. But I still kind of want to kill every person I see. No offense.
You sure about this? I want to do whatever I can to get your head on straight.
Don't get all therapist on me, Shepard. You're not the couch type. I hate that stuff anyway. Bullshit, prison, psych. You did me a favor, and that's enough. More than I expected. I'll keep it together.
Check something. Okay, looks like which is good, because the very next mission we're doing is going to require a fairly high Paragon check. Or is it? Like I said, Jack is going to get hugs when she's ready for them.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Come on. From Bailey. Shepard just wanted to let you know what the Drell kid's doing okay. Everything's taken care of legally, and he's doing some work for me. Helping me deal with some trash in the wards, maybe make life better for some of the kids like Mouse. Not perfect, but then what is? Don't know if your Drell and mine are talking. I told them life was too short not to, but I don't know if it took. Good luck out there. Arya Talok told me where to send this. I'm Neff's mother, Diana. We talked when you came to investigate her death. Arya also told me a dead Asari woman was found in one of the wealthy apartments. That she was the one who killed my daughter. Thank you. I don't know who brought you into my life, but thank you for avenging my daughter. My Neff deserved better than this, and I couldn't give it to her. But at least you killed the individual who took what little she had away. Gameplay design. Good gameplay design, ironically. Putting that right by the thing that you're supposed to interact with the most. The map. And I suppose the elevator. So the two things you're supposed to interact with the most. Imagine if I had to walk all the way down here to check my mail.
Hey, Commander. Glad we figured out Jack is crazy, because I was really up in the air, just hanging there.
I assume everything is going well up here?
Quiet enough. What the...
Trouble?
No, it's nothing. Son of a... Very funny, Edie. Real original. Stop it.
You did insist on manual control, Mr. Moreau.
That's it for now.
See you, Commander.
I'm being serious, Cam, not being facetious. If you think about it, some of the layout of this ship is very carefully designed from a gameplay perspective. I say some because there are some other irritations. It probably says something that you have to go through a loading screen to get to a place that has no gameplay benefit. Your quarters. Alright, where is he? Where is he? There it is. Way out here. I agree, Dream Whisperer. I agree. Imagine having to go through a loading screen in real life. Alright, I'm gonna head outside, everyone. At this point, it would be easier to ask whose we have not done, Evo. We're also about to be evil, so FYI. Just because you showed up. I was going to go with the good option, but then you came, and it's like, well, you know, since Evo's here, it's evil in time. Oh, speaking of, let's change her appearance. That outfit. Does anybody haven't changed their appearances yet? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're all good. Oh, we haven't changed Zaeed's yet, obviously. Well, let's call this the DLC special, shall we? You with the black eye. There we go. It actually suggests 2 places for a loner, but I decided I wanted to do it second to last anyways. And yes, K is the answer to your question.
Tapping into Blue Sun's communications. Stay tight and look out for ambushes.
You got it.
Squad Bravo, a shuttle landed near your location. Check it out.
Here we go. Keep close.
Yeah, I gotta punch the monkey. Look, the more dead puppies, the happier I'll be.
Shot in the back and left to rot. That's definitely Vido's style. Let's push ahead.
Makes you feel any better, Kay. Origin is technically in the middle of getting replaced by something arguably worse. I'm glad we're going to finish this before that is mandated, because right now I can still run just Origin. But in about a month, I'm going to have to run the new thing. I don't remember what it's called. EA Play? I don't know, something stupid.
Command to Bravo, take a position. Likely these people are not runaways.
Wow, I was just joking with the EA Play. That's funny. Anyways, we have not done Zaeed's, obviously, because we're doing it currently. We have not done Tali's, and we have not done Legions.
Armed intruders incoming at the southern checkpoint.
Hello. Bye. He was a monkey, Evo. Riddled with horrific man-made diseases. He had to die. It was either that or developed like a monkey genophage.
Going down.
Reinforcements incoming. We got your backs.
Listen, I just want to kill everything, okay? Is that so much to ask? Yeah, I'm not interested in the money, Yoda. I am not sure, Terra, no.
Santiago, if any of you retreat while the intruders are still alive, I'll kill you myself. Now get the hell back out there.
Vido. Sounds like he hasn't changed.
I get the feeling you have a past with this Vido.
I knew he was a sadistic bastard back when we started the Blue Suns. The Suns only got meaner after he staged his little coup 20 years ago. So yeah, we have a past.
Why didn't anyone tell me you founded the Blue Suns?
Because it's not common knowledge. Vido wiped me out of the records. He ran the books, I led the men. Worked real well for a while. Then Vido decided to start hiring Batarians. Cheaper labor, he said. Goddamn terrorists, I said.
20 years is a long time to hold a grudge.
A grudge? Vido turned my men against me. He paid 6 of them to restrain me while he put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger. For 20 years, I've seen that bastard every time I closed my eyes. Every time I sighted down on a target. Every time I heard a gunshot. Don't you call that a goddamn grudge?
You survived a gunshot to the head?
Yeah. And you survived your ship getting disintegrated. A stubborn enough person can survive just about anything. Rage is a hell of an anesthetic.
We'd better get moving.
Direct to Southern Axis. All squads mass at the gatehouse. Now!
They know we're here. Bring it on, you son of a bitch!
Squad Charlie, Delta, mass at the gatehouse.
Now the question is how much you agree with it,
Zaeed
Kay.
Masani, you finally tracked me down.
Vido.
Don't be stupid, Zaeed. I have a whole company of bloodthirsty bastards behind me, ready to kill or be killed on my command. Actually, take your shot. Give my men a reason to put you down like the mad dog you are. Again. What was that? Gone nearsighted, old friend.
Burn, you son of a bitch.
It was cooler when I did it.
You just signed your death warrant, Masani.
What the hell are you doing?
God. Wilhelm, no!
Opening the gate.
Next time you're gonna blow something up, I want to know about it first.
Vido was confident. Had a lot of men. Now he's lost the home field advantage. If we keep up the pressure, no way he's getting out of here alive.
This isn't the time. We'll discuss this later.
Once Vido's dead, we can discuss anything you want.
That's a good point, Kay. So here's the deal, Kay. I'll burn you alive instead, then we'll go kill Vido. Thank you, Epic. And more to the point, welcome to the 2-year club. Thank you. 2 years of support. It's kind of crazy to think about. I will go ahead and put that anniversary sub, excuse me, to Yakuza Kiwami 2. Alright, now to burn Kay alive. As was foretold.
I'm going in!
That was pretty.
No, I don't know why they call it the Wilhelm Scream, unless that was just the name of the dude. It's possible. Yeah. Well, I did a little organizing of the queue last night, but at the moment... we're on page 4. There are 4 pages of questions in the queue. Although, here's an interesting question. So, how would you rewrite Caden and or Ashley to make them a more interesting character?
Help! We're trapped! We can't get to the gas valves to shut them off! The whole place is gonna blow!
No time. Vido's probably halfway to the shuttle docks by now.
Vito's wounded. How fast could he be?
Vido's smart. We stop to help these people, and he'll use this time to get away. And if he gets away, I'm blaming you.
Very well.
Let's get moving before Vito gets away.
Glad you see it my way.
No! Help! No!
Burn alive! Sorry, what? Or, you could have a very high Paragon skill and pass a very high Paragon check in order to retain his loyalty. Those are your 2 options.
Cloaking!
I do actually agree with UK, though. We could have had our cake and ate it too here if Zaeed wasn't an idiot.
Gotcha. Hell yeah.
Okay, this is bad. Listen, if it's evil to cackle maniacally while people burn to death, I don't know what is.
Down you go.
I am 100% serious. It's actually one of the higher Paragon checks in the game. I believe it is the 3rd highest Paragon check in the game. And I know that because I've got a guide right here, which indicates as such. But I knew that anyways.
This is valuable.
I'm pretty sure I have enough Paragon to pass this check.
Someone's coming.
See the blaster.
Going silent. Going dark.
Right between the eyes.
I mean, you realize these are not mutually exclusive things here, Kai. That just means you had enough Paragon points to do that every time you did it.
Firing concussive shot. Anyone else want some?
It's actually one of the reasons why it's usually recommended to do this mission so late. It's because you have generated a lot of Paragon points by the time you get here. Probably doesn't help that this game actually does percentage Paragon checks, but I don't even want to get down that mess.
Cloaking.
Okay. Please do not make me go prove I'm right. I don't have the time or interest. In fact, we're done. And no, I was asking the question of the group, Evo. Since you asked me that question 3 days ago at this point. Something like that.
This looks interesting.
Hey, I can use the Firestorm, even though I don't want to. So that's cool.
Get ready.
See, that's the real reason to let them die. The screaming! You must feed on the screams till the concert is done. See, the thing is, in order to actually functionally look into this, I would have to go research the speedrunners stuff of this. And you're probably thinking, why speedrunners? Because speedrunners reverse engineer the actual code of how a game operates.
Bring this place down around you.
At that point, I would be able to figure out exactly how it does Paragon and Renegade checks, because they calculate the kind of thing. Instead of just using guesswork or, you know, presumption or trial and error.
Here they come.
Nice guy, this Vido. He'll burn people alive just to kill me. That's impressive. I mean, could you think of someone who would actually do that? God, that's satisfying.
I'll take you out with me. Look out!
See, that's what my point, Kay, because I'm pretty sure there is a percentage thing. And I'm pretty sure it has to do with exactly when you do the mission, changes the amount of percentage required or something like that. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Fail.
It's a weird system, now that I think that out loud. I'm not sure that's negative-worthy, but that is a very strange way to do that. Like, why would you increase the check requirements just because you did something later? I suppose the theory there is that you'll have more, and so they want to make it more difficult, but that feels counterintuitive, right?
That had to hurt. Need him hell.
That fuel tank's coming loose! Shoot it! Bring it down on top of them!
Either way, people are burning alive. That's the important part.
Going dark.
I've failed this check several times, but to go back to what we were just talking about, I usually do these missions much further in.
This'll put them down!
So, higher percent requirement, might not have had at that point, you get it. Mass Effect 4 outdoes 2, I would be shocked, like just completely gobsmacked if that ended up being true. Because it won't be. If you don't ask a question right now, Evo, then I'll never answer any of them ever.
Smoking. Heads up.
Yeah, I don't think Mass Effect 4 is coming out at all. The odds of it being better than 2? I will be shocked. Just gobsmacked. Ironically, I could think of a way it could happen. After all, I've already mentally thought out what I would do with Mass Effect 4 at this point. Or, excuse me, 5. Screwed up my numbers on that.
Zaeed, please. You know it was nothing personal, just business, I swear. It was 20 years ago. Look at you. I did you a favor. Zaeed, please! I'm gonna die here, man! Do something!
Try, you son of a bitch.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. Ironically, it's actually the same reason, Evo. We will prove them wrong by taking something bad and make something good out of it. A recurring trend, if you're paying attention. It would shock me. Shock me! You know, I've never heard of shock being used as a definition as negative surprise before. I'm not saying it isn't. I've never heard of that before. Exactly, Evo. They'll get it coming to... Mag said that I couldn't do it, that I couldn't make it, and I proved him wrong. Wrong. So that's here. Project Overlord. Hi, Mag. Yeah, Mag was like, yeah, that lore. Pathetic. Terrible. Worthless. Ugly. Stupid. Dumb. Pointless. If he died, few people would notice, and even fewer would care. So I've never played Overlord. This is the only thing I haven't done in Mass Effect 2. There will be 2 things in Mass Effect 3 I haven't done. I guess I'll bring my power team. I'm not even sure who that is at this point. Ah, sure. Come here, Zaeed. I need to level you anyways. See, I'm not actually bald. I shave. What's the difference? I believe you, Latario. Just never heard it before, like I said. I rarely use dictionary definitions because language is language. I tend to go with connotations instead.
My name is Dr. Gavin Archer. The situation is urgent. We're facing a catastrophic VI breakout. I'll explain the details later, but you must retract that transmission dish. The controls aren't far from your position. You have to hurry.
Yeah, Simon Templeman. Immediately distinguishable. The worst curry I've ever eaten? One time I bought some curry mix at a grocery store, mixed it myself, put it together, and it was terrible.
Be advised, this is a secure facility. All weapons must be declared upon entry and checked with security personnel on duty.
I have done Arrival, yes. I've done Arrival on camera, even.
Over here, on the monitor. There you are. I've locked myself in a computer room on the far side of the base. There are Geth on the loose. A rogue VI program has seized control, and I've lost a lot of friends today. I'd hate to see you join them. Please, watch yourself.
You got it.
This is a secure facility. All weapons must be declared upon entry and checked with security personnel on duty. Be advised, this is a secure facility. All weapons...
No, I feel like this might be a secure facility.
Checked with security personnel...
Choice is an illusion! Oh, right, sorry, wrong quest. Actually, I have gotten that achievement before, back in the original version, Dream Whisperer. Whenever I have my own choice of bringing people, I never really know who to pick, because they're all just kind of whatever to me. Gameplay-wise, I mean.
Memo to all project personnel. I understand there's some concern about handling live Geth. I agree it's a risk, but the potential reward is far greater. Someday your sons and daughters will thank you.
Excuse me. I haven't done Omega or Leviathan. I forgot Omega even existed. Okay, I suppose. Can I help you?
This is an automated security update. Geth activity has been detected. Please remain at your workstations until the all-clear is given.
That's actually a tough question, Evo. I'd say I have no preference between the two. If you put a gun to my head, I'd just probably flip a coin at that point.
Today's lunch special is egg salad.
Filet egg salad? That sounds terrible. Ugh. Talk to Geth in a minute.
Gotcha!
Listen, all you do is put sharks to my head, Evo. I don't know why. My head is not shark relevant. I assume you're referring to the Mirror Universe TNG comics, Shallow My Life? I've not actually read them. I've only seen a few individual panels.
Firing an impact shot!
Lights out!
Firing concussive shot!
That being stated, some of the panels I saw looked interesting. Return to the form of what the Mirror Universe should be. Same people, different upbringing. As opposed to evil version of yourself. Hi, Papa Neeks. We have not gotten Legion. We have gotten Thane, and we have done his thing. His, loyalty. This looks a lot like a Mass Effect 3 map. So much so that I think it might actually be a repurposed into a Mass Effect 3 map, might be the direction to phrase that. At the very least, we're definitely looking at some similar objects and meshes and textures. Considering Mass Effect 3 was a bit rushed, that wouldn't surprise me. You know, one of these days I think EA will stop rushing BioWare. Let me say something really quick. This is going to sound probably like one of the most controversial things I've said today. BioWare was never really that good. Hear me out. Remember, several of the BioWare games are some of my favorite games of all time. Dragon Age Origins and Mass Effect 2, even after review, score very highly, so don't think I'm going in that direction. What I mean by that is based on everything I've researched, and I've researched a lot about the behind the scenes of BioWare. I think they just kind of kept getting lucky. Oh, sure, they had some talented people and they had some... they existed at innovative times in game design, but they really kind of stumbled into excellence. And did so several times. And if you really look at their games, you can see the pattern of it. Because for every game they do that just nails it, they've got another one that doesn't. Yeah, the BioWare magic. Yeah, it's very similar to Telltale. It's another excellent comparison here. There are some really great BioWare games. Ones that I enjoy today just as much as I did when they came out. My current 3-player game I'm playing with my friends is Neverwinter Nights. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Because I think that game plays perfectly well and is very enjoyable now. Right? Correct, Papa Neeks. This is probably the only thing this is literally the only thing I'm doing completely blind. Because I already know what happens in Omega, Leviathan, and Citadel. So this is the only blind spot I've got in all of Mass Effect. Excuse me. But anyways. The reason I bring that up, though, is with regards to Mass Effect 5. Because BioWare's dead. We all agree with that. Good, bad, in between, we all agree that BioWare is dead and gone, and honestly has been for years. But all that means is now we have a new developer. And there's nothing... That basically just throws it out there into who-knows land, right? A completely new developer in the skin of BioWare could put out a very good game, or a very bad game, or anything in between, right? Now, I still don't think Mass Effect 5 is going to come out. I don't. But if it does, I think it's honestly right about here to determine whether or not it's actually going to be any good or not. I accidentally dropped it on my keyboard, which just shows how BioWare operates. That's a strange question, Dirk.
He's aligning the dish to a new upload target. He'll have a clear line of sight to our satellite. This is going to be tight.
Like, I don't even understand your question, Dirk. Games are announced all the time that never come out. Movies are announced all the time that never come out. Well, right now, Larian seems to be trying very hard to replace BioWare, but they're only really maybe 2.5 games into that. It's like this, Lord Harriman. Because it's true, they really did make those games by accident. Have you ever worked on a large-scale project, Lord Harriman? Let me jump ahead a little bit here. I agree with you, Dirk. I absolutely agree with you that this kind of process is silly and stupid, but it is more common than it should be. The larger scale project you're on, the more coordination and teamwork and processes and methodology is essentially required to make it all run smoothly. To make sure the right people are coordinating with the right people at the right times, to make sure there's no bottlenecks in your production cycle, etc., etc. BioWare was terrible at all of this. We actually have documentation showing just how incredibly bad their production cycles work. Their internal processes for working on a project, aka developing a game. We know just how much they bungled it. The reason these games stumbled into quality is because they got lucky. They had talented people who happened to stumble into other talented people who happened to kind of work together in a way that actually kind of successfully made certain sections or certain parts of things. It also explains why even some of their better games, like the two we just mentioned, still have parts that not only don't fit the rest of the game or the rest of the franchise, but just feel completely out of place. It's because there wasn't really that kind of coordination on the production side of things. They would just kind of throw things together and not think about it.
Hostiles incoming.
That's up to you guys, not me, Rain 36.
Hostile down.
Unless it's already funded, in which case, ignore me. I actually don't know.
Firing an impact shot.
Yeah, no kidding me.
Hell of a shot.
Exactly, Lord Harriman. Lord knows there were plenty of talented people working at BioWare over these years. Writers, designers. I mean, there's a reason BioWare were considered RPG veterans for a long time. It's because they worked on so many different RPGs over so long a period of time. I mean, think about this for a second. They worked on everything from Baldur's Gate 1 to Dragon Age Inquisition.
This is Project Overlord with an emergency message to Cerberus Command. We've experienced a catastrophic security failure and are requesting assistance. What do you mean our outgoing comms are jammed? How can it do that?
Absolutely, Lord Harriman. You get me. You get me. Can the same be said for Obsidian? Obsidian has a slightly different problem. Obsidian's external management was terrible, but their internal management was okay. Not the best, but they did a decent job of keeping the project running and keeping the projects going. The problem with Obsidian was at a different level, and the way they would interact with their publishers, the way they would interact with the marketing team, and the way that they would work with their own QA department. But as far as the actual project leads and project team, Obsidian was a lot better about that. Pull this up here real quick. So hang on. Evo's hot take is she does not enjoy the art assets of this game. Yep, Evo's secretly a Geth. You know what to do, everybody. No, Yura? Why would I do that?
Satellite broadcasting is open soon. Upload data must be approved by your department.
That gets me excited, Yura, but I wouldn't say anxiety, no. I can see that, though. That makes sense. have given my thoughts on that already, The Crow. But what it boils down to is, I don't think we know what actually happened at this point. Too many things don't line up correctly, in any direction. Can't do it, Yoda. Gots to kill. Give me the drugs when I kill. Need my drugs. Oh, yeah. Wait, I didn't kill. No. Gotta get that confirmed kill. There we go. I'm gonna stop saying kill now.
Down you go.
That's a crime.
Down you go.
No, Sean, you did not. So let me give you the summary of my opinion, The Crow, and this is definitely a bullet point, polar point. Everything is so confusing that it actually doesn't make sense. There's the bullet point, The Crow. If we are to presume that certain facts are true with regards to the whole situation, then it actively contradicts itself. In other words, what is most likely happening is either somebody was extremely stupid, possible, or there's something going on we don't know about, another variable, right? If you try to add 3 and 4 and you keep getting 10, you're missing a variable.
You need to destroy the support struts now. They have their own capacitors. Try blowing them up.
It could also be both. They are not mutually exclusive.
Here they come.
Structural integrity of dish has been compromised.
Hell yeah.
What gun he uses, Zaeed? The sniper rifle. Okay, I'm okay with that. Sniper rifle. I can also give you a concrete example of BioWare getting lucky, by the way, Lord Airmont. For anybody who cares. Voice acting.
You've done it. You've severed the link to the satellite.
You've got to be kidding. Boom! The whole thing's giving way.
Yeah, we just took out the support struts.
Over here!
What the hell is going on around here?
Man's reach exceeding his grasp. Come on, I'll explain.
Okay, we used the Mass Effect field to carry ourselves out of it. But they got BioWare lucked into getting in at the ground floor of voice acting for video games. They were some of the earliest adopters of true voice acting in video games. Not actually the first. That would be Nintendo. But they were pretty early on, and they as a consequence, voice actors who were good voice actors, who were willing to work on video games, kind of kept getting jobs at BioWare. It's one of the reasons we hear so many recurring actors. It's not just because they're cheap or whatever. It's because BioWare are the ones doing this kind of a thing. But as a consequence, they got that rep, which means when voice acting started to actually become big in video gaming, a lot of more big name and better profile, and of course, higher quality voice actors were a lot more willing to work on a BioWare game than they would on a Call of Duty, for example. It just had the rep. There's another luck point there for you.
You have my thanks, Commander Shepard. You bought us some time, though probably not much.
Like Simon Templeman, exactly.
Who did you say you were?
Dr. Gavin Archer, chief scientist at this facility, and probably the only one left.
And yeah, Carrie-Anne Moss, Martin Sheen, a lot of people who normally wouldn't even do voice acting tend to be in BioWare games. And then, of course, they have the really high-quality voice actors like Claudia Black, for example.
You owe us that explanation.
And, of course, Blum.
This is Project Overlord, an attempt to gain influence over the Geth by interfacing a human mind with a VI. The results have been less than satisfactory.
I'd hate to see what you'd call a disaster.
You can't dismiss the entire project. We did succeed, at least partially. My brother, David, volunteered to serve as a test subject, but his mind couldn't handle the VI connection. He's like a virus now, infecting our networks and seizing control of any technology he finds. It's why you had to destroy the dish. Imagine if his program got off-world.
How does he take control of electronics?
This is a hybrid intelligence the likes of which I've never seen. I don't know where the man ends and the machine begins.
What's the worst-case scenario?
A technological apocalypse. Every machine, every weapon, every computer could be turned against us. If he hit the extranet, who knows where it would end?
So, you're saying that synthetics are going to kill us. Maybe if we design some synthetics to kill us, synthetics won't be able to kill us.
You should have considered that before you started the experiment.
We couldn't be expected to account for every outcome. Certainly not the abomination David has become. The VI has fortified itself in the main laboratory at Atlas Station. It's in lockdown now.
And no, I've never played this before, The Crow. This is the only thing I've never seen from Mass Effect.
Manually override security from our facilities in the Prometheus and Vulcan stations.
How does the lockdown work?
It's a fail-safe procedure in the event of an emergency. Normally, all 3 project leads have to agree to cancel the lockdown. I'm the only one left now. I can give my authorization, but you'll have to manually reset the other 2 yourself.
And what happens if I have to kill your brother?
Let's just hope it doesn't come to that.
Why don't we just bomb this place from orbit, like a lot?
Tell me about the Vulcan and Prometheus stations.
Vulcan Station is our geothermal plant. It generates power for the 4 outposts. Prometheus Station is a crashed Geth ship full of dormant machines. We use them for our experiments.
What happens on this station?
This is Hermes Station, our communications uplink with the wider galaxy. If you hadn't destroyed the dish in time, the outcome would have been catastrophic.
What went wrong with the experiment?
David volunteered to interface with the VI to give it genuine consciousness. Theoretically, it should have been safe, but with artificial intelligence, there's no such thing as safe.
Tell me more about Project Overlord.
We wanted to turn the Geth's religious impulse into a weapon. When we saw them following Saren, we realized they could be swayed. And if a proper figurehead was created, a virus with a face, if you will, the Geth might be controlled.
That's an ambitious undertaking.
It would be the perfect weapon. Victory without casualties. We could avoid war with the Geth altogether. That was the plan, anyway.
What can you tell me about Atlas Station?
Atlas Station is the main laboratory where all of our VI experiments take place. It's your final goal once you've overridden the lockdown. It's also where my brother became something else.
I'm heading out now.
The other stations are all within driving distance. Best of luck, Commander.
It looks like I might not be able to change party members, question mark. How do? Thoughts so far? Well, this is Cerberus being a frickin' moron again. Reminds me a lot of Portal. Ben & Jerry's is overpriced and low in quantity, but it's decent flavor. I would never buy it if given a choice, though.
Commander, you need to find Vulcan and Prometheus stations and override the lockdown from each facility. Doesn't matter which one you hit first, but you can't enter Atlas Station until you've dealt with both. Also, keep an eye...
Hang on, Act, hang on. You have an imminent drive failure? First of all, shut down your laptop immediately. Let me double check a code here really quick. But I'm just going to tell you this right now, Act, there's no fixing that. What you need is you need to get a new hard drive. I'm just going to open with that. The best you can hope for is to get a new hard drive and try to get all your data off the old hard drive as quickly as you can, because if you're getting that error, the range of failure there by memory is anywhere from an hour to about a week. It depends. Because if you're getting that kind of an error, that's the nuclear error, right? Windows is designed to detect when things really go bad at a hardware level by virtue of consequence. What's the word? God damn it. Symptom. Windows checks for symptoms, not for causes, because it can't check for causes because we don't live in Star Trek. So if you're getting that error, it means that something is happening that indicates that something else is wrong. Something like a slipped disk, or something like a magnetic line being severed, or any other number of things that are horrifically bad, okay? Like you can't recover the drive bad. That's why I say the range of survival can be very short. Like that drive could go down and never come back up inside of an hour. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just trying to let you understand this. So, the solution, get the data off it as fast as you can. And if you fail, that's it. But either way, that drive needs replacing. Sorry. God, you know what? Hang on. Do I still have that image? I think I do. Hang on. Maybe I don't. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, Act. I am. It's okay, though, because I'm going to find images. Oh, tell me I still have it right here, where it should be. Damn, I might have moved it. I haven't used it in so long, I might have moved it. Looks like I got rid of it. I'm sorry, I cannot amuse you, Act. So instead, there's only one thing I can do. And that's to show you Minecraft. Check it out. So this is going to become a Minecraft stream now. We're going to be, obviously we're going to be running around building this. This took a couple hours, actually. Me and my sister are working on this. You can actually see the Imperial symbol over there on the left. We're building a floating castle in the middle of the crater. This crater is actually manually constructed. In fact, here, I can show you what I'm talking about. So here's the first shot, right? This is what it started like. I was using a texture pack at this point. So that's kind of whatever. And then we move forward to this. Started using a bunch of dynamite because we were playing on survival mode. So, we've actually gotten very good at coming up with ways to get rid of large quantities of stuff. Because it takes a huge amount of effort to get rid of the sheer quantity of mass in the middle of a crater. You really have an appreciation for construction projects working on something like this, because this takes forever. As you can see, we'd started laying out the bones of the castle there at this point. And we'd started laying markers on the outsides of the crater in order to be able to keep track of which layer we were on at a given point in time. And you can see how it's just, God, there's just so much. There's just so much it takes to dig out this thing. It takes forever. But we finally, and we had to use the orange blocks, the yarn, specifically in order to actually keep track of everything. This kind of gives you an idea of just how deep this thing is, too. This is a very large crater. That's why this took us a few days to make. And, of course, there's the actual successfully completed crater. You can't even tell, but it's actually a full sphere. But... oh, because we wanted to have an oceanside view for the castle. Obviously. Okay. And now I have sufficiently distracted Act. Job completed. Let's go blow some stuff up. Oh, hey, we're playing Halo. I didn't know this. Alright, so... Halo, as we all know, is a very overrated, terrible franchise that nobody actually likes, which is why the most popular stream I have ever done, ever, was the Halo 1 stream.
Analysis. Defenseless herbivores are no match for guided missiles.
It's true.
Geographic conditions indicate an aesthetically pleasing view nearby. Organic life forms may wish to take note.
Aw, and now Evo's not here to see it. I actually feel like Halo 1, 3... well, okay. Halo 1 is a generally good game. Halo 2 has a great story. Halo 3 doesn't, but has a better gameplay loop. Halo 4 did several things right gameplay-wise, but absolutely tanked on several story aspects. And then Halo Reach is the best of the franchise by a huge margin. Seriously, Halo Reach is still one of my highest reviewed games. Oh my god, you can hear them scream!
The Galactic Humane Society reminds you that animals are people too.
But they're not. They're animals. And I slaughtered them like animals!
An emergency Cerberus data packet has been recovered. It contains information on Project Overlord that other research cells need to review. Be alert for more packets in the area. 5 more remain.
Oh, and I know I didn't mention ODST. I didn't actually like ODST all that much. It was an interesting experiment, but flawed. Okay, so I'm bringing Tali. And, well, I can't bring Legion, so... Listen, I only kill people for you, okay? I wouldn't kill people, but you're like, I demand that you kill people, and I'm like, alright. Kay is just very bloodthirsty. I don't know what it is. I don't really, Jay Palmer. I never will, because Halo 5 is not in a streamable format. So it's technically vetoed. By virtue of accessibility.
I advise extreme caution. Vulcan Station is our geothermal plant. They stopped reporting it shortly after the experiment.
Okay.
Scanning area. Analysis. VI infection is present within plant machinery. Advise caution.
Okay. Invisible wall. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Scanning area. Analysis. Vending stations provide adequate velocity to enhance vehicle lift.
It's okay, they've got Metagel for that, Jake Palmer.
Analysis. Debris field provides adequate support for vehicle.
I can't yet. So. I'm pretty sure this game has a chance of usurping Portal 2 for the best game I've reviewed so far. We still have some meaty content left to go.
Thruster velocity is inadequate to clear the wall ahead.
You know what? I think I agree with you, The Crow. Negative to gameplay. Portal 2 is definitely funnier. Why it's over, even. Don't mistake me, I enjoy playing as the Hammerhead, really. But the lack of music and the lack of proper sound design is just kinda irritating. We could be hearing this thing instead. Part of the problem is this game is pretty long, which I know sounds like a strange thing, but that's actually going to be against its favor for the golden number. The length is giving it positives, but it's also draining the score. It's kind of a give and take. It's how the system's designed.
Have exceeded maximum.
Engineer's log. We've registered a huge spike in energy consumption. My technicians
You're on it.
the experiment underway
Good luck.
at Atlas Station. We're trying to raise them now.
Warning. Pressure levels in valve A3 have exceeded maximum threshold. Manual control is required.
I will say, and this is going to sound like a strange statement, I do think Mass Effect 2 is too long. I do. I think it's not super long. It's not like Persona 5 levels or even Tales of Arise too long. But I do think it outstays its welcome just a bit, and it could serve to have some fat chopping. Like, the odds of us beating this game today are extraordinarily low. I don't plan to. It'd be nice, but I'm ready, Narset, with my words. I've got 3 words for you, Narset. Pontificate, Salagubrius, and Google Plexicon. I have no idea, Latario. Defenestration is a fun word, I will agree with that. You know what's funny? In walking controls, you only have one button for sprinting and one button for jumping. Or interacting, rather. In the Hammerhead, there are 2 separate buttons for that. Oh, Jesus. I couldn't... It wouldn't let me! You saw that, right? What would I trim out of the game? Honestly, just a few combats. Basically, imagine if every single level had one less combat encounter. And that might do it by itself. Why am I not lava-proof? The Mako could take lava, and it had wheels. Yeah, I'd also probably shrink several of the Hammerhead sections. These are fun, but a little bit too simple for how long they are here. Simple can be fun. There's a lot of games that are simple but fun. But the general rule is the more simple it is, the less time it will continue to be fun. Or, to phrase it a little bit better, the more simple it is, the quicker it'll get old. No, this is my actual aspect ratio, 4:3. I prefer 4:3 in general, so... Or 5:4, I'm not picky. As long as it's not 16:9. I hate 16:9.
Warning. Pressure levels in valve D4 have exceeded maximum threshold. Use required.
Why do I hate 16:9? Well, I've got several reasons, actually. The most obvious reason, and honestly the most relevant reason, is the fact that I stream. And streaming in 16:9 sucks. And that's the end of that statement. However, even for normal play, I don't like 16:9. Because 16:9 basically means no matter what, I've got either empty space or too little space. I got my monitor, right? So right now, I've got the game, I've got chat, I've got my stream monitors right there, of which I have several. I've got the guide up there. I've got my review box there, I've got the QA box there, and I've got my review donations there. I've got plenty of space for everything. If this game was in 16:9, that gets rid of that entire section on the right there. And all of a sudden I have to kind of cram everything in off to the sides. Now I know that only really is relevant when I'm streaming, but I'm the kind of person who tends to have other things going on while playing anyways. So having less space to do more with is less good? I don't know what else to say about that. So I tend to prefer avoiding 16:9 when I can. End statement. Honestly, I am too, Yura. Most modern games tend to force themselves into 16:9. In fact, there's actually a few modern games that support 4:3 or 5:4, but they don't really. They just letterbox it down. So it is, for all intents and purposes, in 16:9. It just isn't.
Manual control is required.
Enemy down!
Yeah, by the way, to explain myself a little bit, even though I've never played Leviathan, Omega, or the Citadel, I'm aware of what happens in them. I was looking into the DLCs when they were coming out so I could talk about them because it was a common discussion point on the show. This, nobody ever brought up Overlord. And of course I never played it because, you know, buying DLCs for Mass Effect 2 was like pulling teeth, so...
Received an SOS from Atlas Station. Archer has declared a project emergency. We're trying to shut down the power generators to starve the VI, but it's already hacked our automated systems. I'm ordering my people to sabotage the plant any way they can.
Least favorite characters in 2? If she counts, Morinth. She doesn't, of course. Morinth is, I believe, the only character I've given a negative to in Mass Effect 2. Because she's a badly written edgelord. Although I'm not sure if there's such a thing as a well-written edgelord, but at the very least there can be an amusing edgelord, but she is not. I would say HK-47 is not an edgelord, no. That's just my opinion. HK-47 is what we call humorous evil. It's something we actually talked about a lot during the Tor run. It's an attempt to make an evil party member that arguably doesn't qualify as the typical evil party member archetype because they're too busy being funny. Something that BioWare does a lot of, by the way. We've got the Barbarian guy in Jade Empire. You've got HK, of course. Of course, now I can't think of anybody else. I don't know why I did that. Hey, Metal Fan. Yeah, the game's kind of good. I know. Maybe we should stop the mech before it Takes out the overdrive.
I hear you, Doctor. We've hit the override at Vulcan Station and are moving on. Shepard out.
Tell you what, Flag End. Ping to you. I can't do eternal peace. But how about just peace? With stupid people. Is it a deal? Alright, no peace. Just the Terran Empire. You ever play Arcanum, K? Arcanum has eternal peace. No spoilers.
Commander, that was a daring piece of work. Vulcan Station was a success. You still need to go to Prometheus Station and override the lockdown from there. Good luck.
I prefer Arcanum. But I've heard it said as Arcanum as well.
Detection. Enemy units nearby.
Also, the world of Arcanum, the setting, is called Arcanum in universe. Like they actually voice act it and say it as Arcanum. Possibly Nemesis, depends on how many questions y'all have. The only thing I know for certain is we're playing FF14 for the Halloween stream. Oh yeah, play Arcanum as a Necro, definitely. See, I like to make distinguishing points. Diablo is the person, but Diablo is the setting, right? Or rather, the franchise.
Another Cerberus data packet has been recovered.
So Arcanum is the game, whereas Arcanum is the world. Or we could just all agree that pronunciations are pronunciations and not get a gigantic stick up our butts about it. Have a map? Nope. Okay. I don't know. The butt stick foundation is really strong. They have a lot of political power in the modern age.
Geographic conditions indicate an aesthetically pleasing view nearby. Organic life forms may wish to take note.
Oh my god. What is going on here? I keep running into an invisible wall, like right over here. Yeah, right there. Yeah, there. That's the invisible wall, the thing I'm currently standing on. I guess invisible ceiling might be more accurate, but whatever. In cases where I'm just flat out wrong, I try to correct myself here. It's difficult, but I do it. Noxeramus, Ocarina. I can't think of another example. There's been several. Ilum. I'm still trying to remember that one, the crow. Ilum. Such a dumb name.
Machines used in our experiment. Our people there have gone silent. It's likely the VI has activated the defense shields to keep you
So
out.
that's a large ship. Look at that thing.
Analysis. Generators are providing power for main shield. Warning, the VI infection has assumed control of the Geth cannon.
Girl.
Warning, we are being targeted.
Huh.
Warning, Geth cannon is locking on our location.
Wait a minute, those shields.
Recommend evasive maneuvers. Warning, we are being targeted. Warning, Geth cannon is locking on our location.
I mean, we see a Geth Dreadnought in 3. It's pretty freaking big.
Recommend evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, I noticed that, Plutonium.
Warning, we are being targeted. Warning, Geth cannon is locking on our location. Recommend evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, I don't think this is a Dreadnought. Could be wrong.
Shields disabled. You may now target the Geth cannon. Warning, Geth cannon is locking on our location. No further threats detected. Entry into the ship is now clear.
Now, there is one thing I pronounce incorrectly, and I do it very on purpose. And I also do it for a reason, and that is Eris. And that's literally just because my mouth is not built to say the word Eris.
This Cerberus facility contains hazardous AI technology. You agree to assume all liability for personal injuries or death that may occur during your visit. Thank you.
It really is a Halo ship at this point. Iconoclasm, Doc Bro.
Hanging around all these dormant machines is creepy. It's like death staring at us from the shadows. I'd rather work at Vulcan Station.
No, Honeycomb looks ugly, Young Gun, so. Cosmetics are key.
Flanagan just ran a simulation. If these Geth ever wake up, there's a 98% chance we'll be dead within 2 minutes. I'm starting to hate Flanagan.
And the Geth find out what kids love about Honey Crunch cereal.
Halloween was yesterday. Flanagan ran around wearing spare Geth parts. Spooked the shit out of everyone. Now I definitely hate him.
Yeah, that would suck a bit. Now you're hearing things. It's a VI, Lord Firestorm. It's not even intelligent. much further back do you want me to go here, Dream Whisperer? I'll go to the ends of the earth for you! But not to France, because I don't speak the language. Can you imagine I just show up, hey everyone! I'm looking for someone named Dream Whisperer. Dream Whisperer. No? No, I don't speak French. I'm too stupid to understand another language. You should play Lotro because it's just that good, and I'm honestly curious at which point you will quit the game. And I know just by saying that you're gonna get stubborn and be like, oh, I'm gonna keep playing. But like, for real though, at some point you're gonna realize what I'm talking about with that game. You're level 30, dude. The level cap's like 180. Man, don't make me break out the Imperial. I'll just start talking Imperial to everybody. Listen, I can't do smoke. Even if I could, I wouldn't. And, I don't like alcohol, so...
Everything's off wire. Archer declared a lockdown, but our station's already infected. What does the VI want? It keeps screaming at us. Nobody understands.
It's saying, feed me, Seymour, or I require your organic life. Yes, Papa Neeks, although not for many years.
The VI's closing some passages and leaving others open. It's like it's hurting us. At least the Geth are still dormant.
Like I said, and I'm not going to say if it's a good zone or a bad zone, but I'm curious what you'll think when you get to Angmar. Probably not, Von Falkenstein. Klingon's a real language, so yeah, probably. Oh, you mean in chat, sorry.
To reduce workplace stress, music has been approved for station-wide broadcast.
Scanning area. Analysis. The objective is located on the far side of this impasse.
Okay. Okay.
Override of Atlas Station lockdown accepted.
Hello.
And there's the catch. I knew this was too easy.
Honestly, I didn't think it was going to work either, the Crow.
Come on.
To be completely blunt. Epic hacking. Gotta hack more time. Oh no! I've hacked too much time!
Hostile Geth activity detected. Armed response is authorized. Cerberus reminds all personnel that this emergency is now classified information. Disclosure to outside...
I am legitimately happy how many of you got that reference, by the way.
Geth nodes 7 through 14 are now active. Emergency action required.
Weapons ready. Deploying combat drone. Yes.
Gum. Do it! We'll show them. Oh! Oh! That's what I did. I invented my own language. Took about a year.
Taking fire. A gas outbreak has been declared. This ship is now quarantined.
I don't think I have an ammo buff in general. And that's because I don't. Who needs ammo buffs? Like I said, Gum, it took me about a year.
Should do the trick.
Oh wow, has it really plug-in? It's trying a few things, Mag, so I'm with it. I'm enjoying it. Probably Gym Whisperer. But of course, the only ability... Oh, actually, I guess I could get it now, couldn't I?
Activity increasing. Please isolate machines immediately.
I was gonna say, not only are they using the hammerhead, but it's actually got some legitimate level design to it, which I tend to appreciate.
Combat drone ready. Got one.
Oh, I agree, Carolinos. And I appreciate some of the attempts at actually doing something other than just corridors and counters in the main stuff, too. So, like I said, definitely feeling some pluses to gameplay here. Story-wise, This is another random Cerberus mission, just like in Mass Effect 1. In terms of story. You know, they keep telling me that, Yada. I don't know.
Hey, back to
Geth Primes continue to be Geth Primes. I know a lot of people who don't like Avenging just because of the lake, Mr. Red. That's actually what I thought you were talking about at first, until you mentioned the farm, and I was like, oh, right, no, that's different. Oh, by the way, a word of advice, Mr. Red. Don't do the Moria dungeons. Just spare yourself that.
Commander, you've done it. The lockdown has been cancelled. You can now breach Atlas Station and end this nightmare. You'll need to find the main server room there to shut down the VI experiment. Good luck.
Geographic conditions indicate an aesthetically pleasing view nearby. Organic life forms may wish to take note.
I mean, I don't agree with that, Von Falkenstein, but if you think that way, I'm not going to argue against it. I'm not a big fan of them. If you dislike MMOs but you love FF, I recommend FF14. Yes, actually. FF14 is one of the least MMOs out there. Least MMOs out there. There we go. Let's say that correctly. Guild Wars 1 is more of an MMO than FF14 is.
Okay. Looks like you're in, Commander. Good. I'm getting some troubling readings here, though. The VI is trying to upload its program directly from your location. Get to the server room and shut down the core before it can...
Shut to bar H.
Archer log 155.2. For years, my brother's condition has been a handicap. That changed today. His autistic mind is the breakthrough I've been looking for. He can communicate with the Geth. Such a tremendous grasp of mathematics. It seems serendipity is alive and well in the 22nd century.
Hello, Czar. It has been a minute. Welcome to the DLC I haven't played. Thanks, Tim.
Arriving at level 2. Resetting elevator. Resetting elevator. Arriving at level 2. Arriving at level 4. Arriving at level 6. System malfunction.
Okay, so.
Arriving at level 2. Resetting elevator. Arriving at level 2. Arriving at level 4. Arriving at level 6. Arriving at level 3. Arriving at level 5. Arriving at level 7.
Yes, after we romanced Ashley, but alas, Ashley died horribly. We found comfort in the arms of Miranda.
Arriving at level 6. Please contact facility support. This elevator is not in service. Please choose another. Smoke detected. Please extinguish all cigarettes. Warning. Decelerator offline. Serious injury may occur.
Yeah, I gotta hack some more time here. What the hell's a stare? Top 3 loyalty missions from Astoriaxis? I'm leaning towards Morden's, Jacobs, and Tali's. I mean, so far Jacobs and Morden's are the best reviewing of the ones we've done, which is everything except for Tali's and Legions. So we'll see. But so far those are the 2 highest ratings. I'm assuming Tali will be up there too. Yep, I think I'm on crack. What did they put in
ready. I wouldn't be surprised if this button summoned a Reaper.
Please don't joke about that. Well, this sucks.
906.01 is 30.1. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
Time on this project is running out. There are no options left. How to get the Geth's attention?
The robot says hello.
Eureka, David. You're a miracle worker.
Square root of 906.01 is 30.1. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
David, can you repeat my notes from Thursday's experiment?
Square root of 918.09 is 30.3.
David, please pay attention.
Loud. It's getting loud in here.
I'm sorry, you didn't deserve that. Would you mind repeating my notes from Thursday's experiment?
Log 137.3. The experiment yielded no discernible patterns of Geth obedience. End dictation now, David. Hell, the elusive man will have my head for this.
Thank you. And how are you feeling today?
Square root of 924.16 is 30.4. Earplugs would be good.
I agree with that.
David, I want you to order the Geth to take a step forward.
How does he do it?
David is a mathematical savant. His autistic mind can interpret the Geth language at its most basic form and mimic their phonetics, with his photographic memory cross-referencing the meaning as a snap. He's literally a human computer.
And you think he can interface with the Geth's neural network?
I do.
Is that even safe, Doctor?
I see no harm in finding out.
I'm not even going to argue with the fact that the human mouth doesn't generally make sounds like that. Whatever your brain's doing. I'm not even going to get into the autism as a superpower thing, which Hollywood really loves for some reason. Like, that goes back as far as Rain Man. Because I needed them to die screaming, Vido. I mean, Lark, Latario. Secretly, you're Vido. It's also a more satisfying cutscene to show off.
Elevator exceeds maximum weight capacity.
We're ready. Open a connection to the Geth network. Quiet! David, no! Tell the Geths to stand down! Quiet, pacemaker, stop!
Node acquired. Normandy SR2 within range. Attempting to attack.
What's going on with his eyes?
Quiet. Please.
And everything else.
Wait! Commander! I'm begging you. Don't do anything rash.
Rash? Like forcing your own brother into an experiment?
I know how this must look, but I never intended any harm to come to him. You must believe me. It's not like I planned this. It was an accident. Seeing David communicate with the Geth, it all seemed harmless.
And before you knew it, you were running your own private hell.
I had no choice. The demands were incredible. The elusive man doesn't broker failure. Any war we fight with the Geth will be bloody. I was asked to find a way to avoid that.
Thanks, camera. I didn't notice those were going through his arms at first.
And how many have already died for this project?
More souls than will ever forgive me. But I won't apologize for radical ideas. If my work spares 1,000,000 mothers mourning the loss of 1,000,000 sons, my conscience will rest easy.
Look at him. Your brother will never be the same.
The damage may not be permanent. He might recover some semblance of his mind.
Cerberus will never leave him alone. Your brother will always be a lab rat.
You're a well cared for lab rat. At least he'd still be alive.
Correction. He would survive. He would not be alive.
So you'll sacrifice your brother's happiness for your own ambition.
Square root of 906.01 equals
30.1. What I've done to David is unethical. If he dies, it's unforgivable. Let me take care of him. Please.
quiet. Please, make it stop.
These are odd choices. Either we're taking David or we're leaving him in. Those do not feel like the choices that should be there. Like, that feels like a false dichotomy. Yeah, this one, okay, but huh? And it honestly really feels like there should be a third answer over here. Whatever.
I've seen enough of your cruelty to know he'll never be free from it here. I'm taking him away.
No, leave him! He's too valuable!
Do you really know what you're doing?
You even think about coming after your brother, and this bullet will be waiting for you. Then we'll see who's valuable.
Where will you take him?
Grissom Academy. They can help special cases like David. Minus the torture. Joker, contact the Academy and let them know we've got someone who needs their help.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Yeah, my hand was off the mouse, that's why I didn't get it in time.
He doesn't like it.
Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
How do we disengage him? He has things going into his skull. Ignoring what's going on with his eyes. And the bolts that are sticking into his shoulders.
Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
Like, seriously, can we sedate this kid? Rogue VI was successfully shut down, but the test subject was taken to a non-Cerberus facility for care. While this is a considerable setback for Cerberus, Dr. Archer's research will be instrumental in devising a safer approach to controlling the Geth. Jesus Christ. I drilled holes in my damn teeth.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Kelly, please stop having sex with my terminal. why for, Narset? The most horrifying thing in Mass Effect 2? Oh, Jesus, I don't know. Probably the protein smoothies off the top of my head.
How may I help you, Commander?
I'll see you later,
Commander.
Doctor.
I wish to learn superpowers. Please help me do this. I apparently cannot do this. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot about Jacob's father. In that case. No, not respect. I was told I could learn a bullet ability. Okay. Oh, that's just this. God damn it. It's not what I thought that was. Warp ammo, please.
Commander, you might want to speak with Tali.
I've learned the power of gun! I understand you've taken Dr. Archer's brother to Grissom Academy. I'm familiar with their work. It should be a good home for him. I don't condone Archer's actions, but they did provide a breakthrough we've been sorely lacking this far. We'll likely never find another individual with David's unique talents. Although your decision is understandable, it's set our efforts to understand the Geth back several years. Contacting you per the elusive man's instructions, he believes you would want to know that he had ordered Subject Zero's project shut down before the riots broke out. Cerberus personnel arrived to find the guards dead, along with most of the subjects. Any surviving children were treated for injuries, given mild amnesiac treatments, and given to Alliance facilities as survivors of slaver attacks. A few surviving doctors were forcibly retired for their role in the project. For your report, the facility has been destroyed. Sure. So, if I've lined everything up correctly, I should have one quest left. Well,
we have used half our fuel.
I should have like 5, but one that matters. No, I have not talked to Tali, nor do I plan to. So we have... Yep, nope, it is there. Okay. And... yeah, no, that's actually correct. Perfect. IFF time. Exactly where we should be. We will be doing Shadow Broker after the suicide mission. Let me jot down some notes before I forget. Not really, Syracuse. It can be a good thing, but the fact that it's a mandatory thing is not a good or a bad thing, it's just there. It is, however... oh, what do they call that? A table ante or something like that? It's considered required for games like these. You have to have a romance feature, because if you don't... I suppose the third option would be giving it to his brother and letting the two of them just kind of drop off the map.
What's with all the chop, Joker?
Doing my best. The wind's gusting to 500 kph. There's a second ship alongside the Reaper. It's not transmitting any IFF, but the radar paints its silhouette as Geth.
I guess we know why the science team stopped reporting in. What just happened?
The Reaper's mass effect fields are still active. We just passed inside their envelope. Eye of the Hurricane, huh?
Yes, Crow, I have. And I agree. Jack and Miranda. Actually, most of the romances are done well in this. Garrus's romance, for example.
No one here to welcome us. That's not good.
Oh, this looks extraordinarily safe.
Right. Be right there. On it.
The airlock has been installed at the far end of the hold section. We have begun pressurization for shirt sleeves work. The crew is edgy. I reassure them it is mere nerves, a superstitious reaction to what this hulk represents. The corpse of a vast ancient life form. Privately, I can't deny the atmosphere. The angles of the walls seem to press down on you. I find myself clenching my teeth.
We finished cataloging specimens A203 to B016. No evidence of active nanotechnology noted. Dr. Chandana believes they would have decayed over the last 37 million years. There's not enough data to support his claim. He asserts that the truth is patently obvious. I am concerned. Chandana has been staring at the samples for hours. He says he's listening to them. Normandy to shore party.
What just happened?
The Reaper put up kinetic barriers. I don't think we can get through from our side.
As curious as I am about Reapers, I'd rather not be trapped inside one.
We'll have to take down the barrier generators from in here. Any idea where they are?
At the moment of activation, I detected a heat spike in what is likely the Wreck's Mass Effect core, sending the coordinates now. Be advised, this core is also maintaining the Reaper's altitude.
So when we take the barriers down to escape, the wreck falls into the planet core.
And that means everyone dies. Yeah, I got it.
If any helmsman can pull us off this thing before it reaches crush depth, it's you. We'll make a sweep for survivors and recover what data we can. Stand by.
Aye, aye. Good hunting.
This is disconcerting. Did the Geth do all this?
You're married? You never mentioned that.
Katie had anger management issues. When my brother got married, the best man tried to hit on her. She kicked him down the church steps.
What? Katie's my wife. I must have told you this story.
No, I know my wife. I remember that day was the only time I saw her wear stockings.
Yeah, the kind with seams up the back. That's what I remember too.
What the hell is this? How can we remember the same thing?
It sounds like the Reaper was affecting their minds.
This is the most Lovecraftian the Reapers ever get, by the way. In fact, they literally quote Lovecraft in this mission.
Hostiles. There are high-pressure tanks by the husks. You want to...
Ironically, I dislike Lovecraft. In fact, I think this quote doesn't fit here. In fact, this whole sequence doesn't really fit for me personally. But that's just me. By the way, new Geth type. First time we've seen these. A-bombs.
Now let's finish you off.
Unidentified shooter is wandering the site. Problematic.
This looks interesting.
Weapons ready.
Of course there's a Scion. Why wouldn't there be? Oh, jeez, can't move. Oh god, I can't move. Oh god. And can get out of that nonsense. Oh Jesus. Just getting stun locked there. Jeez Louise. As I say, I remember this exact room on Insanity. You know what I did on this room on Insanity? Triggered the encounter and then pulled back to here. And by here I actually mean like back there. Hold up. It pretty much removed the Scions from the equation because they're so slow that I could deal with the trash before he got into shoot range. Because I have a better gun than my assault rifle? I don't even understand that question about all this time. Although now I will, because I just ran out of ammo. And right back.
Chandana said the ship was dead. We trusted him. He was right. But even a dead god can dream. A god. A real god is a verb. Not some old man with magic powers. It's a force. It warps reality just by being there. It doesn't have to want to. It doesn't have to think about it. It just does. That's what Chandana didn't get.
Here's your Lovecraft quote. The real reason that I know the SMG is better than the Mattock right now, I only have, I think, one, if any, of the assault rifle damage upgrades. I have all 5 of the SMG upgrades.
We've seen these before, Shepard. Dragon's teeth, your people call them. The Geth used them on Eden Prime.
And in other places. The distribution suggests that their Reaper technology shared with the Geth.
See how the room is arranged? They treated this thing like some kind of altar.
That doesn't seem right. No one in their right mind would want this.
You heard the logs. They were seeing things, hearing things. They were being indoctrinated. We can't help these people now, but we won't let the machines use their corpses like this.
Understood.
Step 1. Blow this ship up with everything we have. Step 2. Any questions? Oh, and I don't know what infrasound is. Sorry, whoever asked that. The less I know, the better.
Now what's this?
Sure. First thing you do is... And once you're done with that, we're good.
Never heard of a Geth speaking to someone.
It shouldn't be able to talk. A single scan has
J. Palmer. Is it because you're pure evil, or like just leaning toward pure evil? Do you hate joy? Is that what it is? I mean, you're watching me, so that wouldn't make sense. Correct, Latario.
Trouble ahead.
Well, I guess I know what choice you made in the. I can't think of the name of the planet. Rannoch mission in Mass Effect 3. I don't think so, Czar. Unless you count the heretics, which kinda count.
Enemies in front.
Why do I still have this flamethrower equipped? Don't answer that question. I can't move. I literally couldn't move. Of course I am, Latario.
Weapons ready.
Ironically, I thought I had a crown control, but unfortunately I only have the flamethrower, which is kind of crap. Not a great weapon. I would have been fine if I had remembered to change my weapon whenever I accidentally picked up the flamethrower. Yeah, that was my thought about midway. I was like, you know, maybe the flamethrower will be okay. And then, no, the flamethrower sucks, like it always does. It's terrible. I knew it, Yada. It's time to fulfill my destiny.
Eat this!
My destiny is to kill that son. That's way less damage. Jesus. Alright, Bragman. Brains. Brains. Unless you're a vegetarian, then it's grains. Brains. These are pretty rough sections. I'd say probably the second or first hardest overall stage of the game right here. There are some builds that do better than here than others, which is kind of the problem. Because some builds just have issues here. There's nothing else for that. Yeah, I was stuck here for a couple of days, I want to say, when I played through this on Insanity.
Taking fire!
I just got screwed over by literally having the wrong weapon for this, which is on me. I keep forgetting to change it. Send here, Tim. Jesus. What? I literally wasn't looking at the screen. I was waiting for my shields to regen, so I didn't see what happened.
Weapons ready.
Well, that's irritating. Can I help you? I dislike that so much I gave it a negative czar.
Eyes up front.
It literally removes tactical choices for the player. Which, you know, not great.
This should soften them up.
So, headcanon question. If we go with the fight the Reapers conventionally and get wiped out scenario, I think the Geth could regroup, go into hiding, and beat the Reapers. No. I think that even the heretic Geth would be a little bit too easy to circumvent and or reprogram.
Here we go.
My opinion. seconds.
Combat drone ready.
Frankly, no, I don't think so. Not unless he had a literal, just gigantic amount of resources in order to live off of. There's actually a term for that. In fact, we saw that in Tor. The Apocalypse Barge, or something like that. Get in a ship, pile it up with resources and food and drink, and wait it out. I think Liara's plan would have worked for the next cycle. Liara's plan would work for this. Also, Liara's plan for the next cycle is literally just every other plan for every other cycle,
Then get off the
including
ship.
this one.
Quickly.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Shadow Machine. Always appreciate it. I hope you like it. No men, but I do hope you like it. Anything interesting happened? Well, we did the Overlord scenario, which, to answer your question, had some pretty cool gameplay elements. I mean, I think it was Lataria, but I'm the weirdo on that front.
This must be it.
So the Cerberus team did recover it. But where are they now?
I think we just killed them all. No, Legion! My one true love. Who isn't Garrus? Or Ashley. Miranda. Look, there's a lot of me to go around, okay?
We've got trouble. Here we go. Deploying combat drone.
Overlord did not get any story positives, nor do I plan to give it any. So I am pure, unmitigated evil. And currently being stun-locked by Geth. So since we're here... It's fine. It's just a Reaper core. What's the worst that could happen? Don't answer that.
I got it.
Yeah, I'd use my real heavy weapon if I had it. You know, rapidity, etc. So here's a question for you, since we have nothing else to really talk about at the moment. Do you think we can't beat them conventionally deserves its own negative? why the Crow doesn't think that. Sean doesn't think that because he likes Mass Effect 3. And hates Mass Effect 2. But I don't know why Narset or Papanix or Lord Paramount think it doesn't deserve a negative. By the way, let's be very clear. The mere existence of the Crucible is 3 negatives. 3. I could probably go above 3, to be completely honest. Like, the Crucible is unacceptable on every level. That's why I phrased it very specifically. Do we think that the we can't beat them conventionally crap is negative worthy? Now, if I can justify why I think it is, really quick, it's because it's something that writing does, and a lot of writers do, that I actually kind of hate. It's when these Geth try to stun lock me. I'm busy! When the writers tell you something and you're just supposed to accept it as read. I hate that.
Wait, Shepard. Cerberus would want that Geth for study.
Leave it there. You know what they are. If it gets into Normandy's computers.
You said it yourself. No one's ever found one intact.
That's true, but I'm not sure it's worth the risk, Shepard.
There's no time to debate it, Tali. Come on.
Hang on, folks.
Open the port side airlock.
I mean, Lord Haramont and I have already talked about this before. Redefining your enemy is different than having to have a magic MacGuffin that just fixes the situation. But again, that's separate. The Crucible is definitely a negative. The Crucible's terrible. Over here, the problems I tend to have with we can't do this conventionally is it's literally lazy writing. Not the fact that we can't beat them conventionally, but the fact that they consistently and constantly re-emphasize that point. Every time they tell us that, every time Hackett tells us that, it's a common trick too. You have a beloved character say a line so that the audience is like, oh, well, Captain Picard said that, therefore it must be true. And at that point, you just kind of go, I hate that crap. Reaper IFF successfully retrieved. Loss of Cerberus team on the Reaper vessel. Unfortunate, but unsurprising. We'll use team's health records for comparison against Husks encountered on Reaper for possible insight into indoctrination and Husk conversion process. No, I agree. It's kind of character assassination on Hackett. It's the same reason I would be irritated at Picard if they threw those words into Picard's mouth.
For now, we've stored it in Edie's AI core. We need better equipment to fight the Reapers. An intact Geth would be invaluable to Cerberus's cyber weapons division.
We'll have to disagree on that, ma'am. I saw enough of these things on Eden Prime. Space it.
Cerberus has a long-standing cash bounty for an intact Geth. I assure you, the reward is significant.
I want to know why it has a piece of N7 armor strapped to its chest.
Battle trophy, maybe? Would a machine care about that?
No. Trophies imply emotions that AIs don't have. I doubt it's more than a convenient field repair.
I've killed hundreds of these things, but I've never had a chance to talk to one. This one tried to communicate with us. Hell, it probably saved our lives. Why?
Reactivating the Geth is a risk. If you do so, it should be for humanity's best interests, and not your curiosity.
I still think our best interests involve an airlock.
I'm not deciding one way or the other until I know what we've got here. I want to start it up. Interrogate it.
If we activate it, there is no guarantee we can deactivate it again.
Bullets can.
That's not what I...
Thank you, both of you, for your recommendations. I've made my decision.
Tali's gonna freak when she hears about this. So what about this Reaper IFF?
I have determined how to integrate it with our systems. However, the device is Reaper technology. It is important we test it thoroughly before attempting the Omega-4 relay. It will take some time to properly integrate it with our own systems.
Are we talking hours or days?
Impossible to say. The technology is complex. The crew will begin work immediately.
Okay. Until then, we keep building our team.
I'll let you know when the IFF is ready for shakedown.
Not that I want to get in an argument with you about this, The Crow, because I violently disagree with you on this. But what do I call the Sovereign completely ignoring the Citadel fleet and then slapping reinforcements before the EMP? Tactics. Sovereign doesn't care about the fleet. He's not there to attack them, he's not there to kill them. Now, we see no signs of this, but in my mind what was always happening, let me just pull up the health bar of Sovereign, is as he's going through and completely ignoring everything, he's just taking more and more damage, because it doesn't matter. As soon as he gets in there and activates the beacon and activates the Citadel, he wins. So there's no reason for Sovereign to fight the fleet to begin with. So he completely ignores them. That's just logical to me. The fact that some of the fleet managed to get in because we managed to open the Citadel doors just completely throws that on its head. Sovereign doesn't care about fighting us conventionally, because all it cared about was trying to bring in its reinforcements. Which, if I might be so bold, the mere fact that Sovereign's primary tactic was bring in reinforcements in order to win says all it needs to for me that Sovereign needed those reinforcements. Also, the fact that the Reaper, if a single Reaper is that strong, then they don't need the fleet and they don't need the manipulation. And yet, consistently in 2 games and subsequent works, they have been working through lesser agents, or staying to the shadows, or making sure nobody knows they existed. All these kind of guerrilla tactics. That's their modus operandi. That's how they function. That's how they have for every time we see them. If the Reapers are actually that strong, then they don't need any of that. They can just walk in and say, bzz. If there is no way to bring down a Sovereign's shield, then a Sovereign can walk in and, slowly but surely, destroy an entire fleet by itself. But they don't. This is where I'm coming from. This is why I say I have never for 1 second believed that the Reapers are super indestructible and super unbeatable. Strong? Absolutely. And they're literally cheating. But that makes sense to me. I don't mean they're narratively cheating. I talk about that much. I mean they're in-character cheating. Our tech being based on them having mastery of the Citadel, them having mastery of the relays, all that stuff is they have stacked the deck, right? We're trying to play chess with someone who's literally removed several of our pieces from the board. But all that makes sense to me. None of that says they're so super powerful they can't actually be destroyed, right? That's where I keep coming from. That's why I have that mindset. And I suppose I should have given this speech like Sunday or Monday or something, because that's why I'm probably going to give that a negative when we get to Mass Effect 3, because Mass Effect 3 constantly insists that they're super mega strong, which will then lead to another negative for the fact that they can't even make up their own minds about that. As I complained about years and years ago when I first started this show, when I wasn't even trying to think of this as a show, I was just doing something in my spare time while I was working. Mass Effect 3 itself cannot make up its mind about how strong the Reapers are. Now, that's its own problem, but it's one of the reasons it's irritated me for so long, because the far more well-written and in-depth answer would be fighting the Reapers conventionally might be too costly to be worth it. Or we don't have the unification necessary. We don't have the fleet prep time necessary to fight them. Or they've been cutting off our access to the mass relay so we can't get around. Like, there's a lot of answers to make this work instead of just, they're too strong, go make the magic I win button, you know? But they didn't do any of that. There's just this magic I win button on Mars for some reason. And it's whatever, you know what I mean? Is that the one? It doesn't even say. Nope, that is it. I see it. Salvage. I see it there. But then again, in an ideal world, what probably would have happened is there probably would have been multiple actual paths to victory. Like, imagine you decide, I hate the Crucible, but let's assume they decide to keep the Crucible. So one of the paths to victory is getting the Crucible ready, getting the tech, getting it finished, and firing off the Crucible. So that's path 1. Now, as you're going through path 1, there would be certain consequences. You couldn't save this person, or you couldn't save this world, or this quest would go this way, and that would be over there. So that's path 1. And then we could have, like, path 2 with, for example, trying to just unite the galaxy and to make one mega fleet and pull a hammer and anvil kind of a tactic on any Reaper fleets we can and try to pull them down with numbers. So that's this path, which would probably be very, very costly. You know, millions of people dead, untold damage, probably multiple permanent deaths of main characters, etc. And that's this one. And I'm not sure what the third one would be, or the 5th, or the 8th, or the 15th, but you get my point. But no, instead what we get is Mass Effect 3. Where is the AI? I know where you are. You're this way. You know, the irony is that's kind of what I thought it was for the longest time, bro, as I was going through 3.
Ten Hut! I'm turning this thing back on. Be ready. Aye aye.
A guerrilla option. There you go. There's a good one, Sidicusis.
I have isolated our systems and erected additional firewalls. I am prepared to resist any hacking attempt.
Yeah, enough about Mass Effect 3. Getting off topic. Let's talk about Legion. Some kind of diplomacy with rogue Reapers could also be a thing. That's the redefine the enemy thing Lord Harrimont and I have back and forth a bit. So I'm just going to say this right now. Legion gets a separate positive just for his animations.
Can you understand me?
Yes.
Are you going to attack me?
No.
Seriously, the animation on it's the droid thing. It's making a droid work without, you know, facial structure, without most of the things, and just doing little animated tips in order to be able to make it work. Legion is awesome.
You said my name aboard the Reaper. Have we met?
We know of you.
You mean I've fought a lot of Geth?
We have never met.
No, you and I haven't. But I've met other Geth.
We are all Geth, and we have not met you. You are Shepard, Commander, Alliance, human, fought heretics, killed by collectors, rediscovered on the old machine.
Very first mention of heretics, if I'm not mistaken.
Old machine? You mean the Reaper?
Reaper, a superstitious title originating with the Protheans. We call those entities the old machines.
You seem to know an awful lot about me.
Extranet data sources, insecure broadcasts, all organic data sent out is received. We watch you.
You watch me or you watch organics?
Yes.
Which?
Both.
What do you mean, heretics?
Geth build our own future. The heretics asked the old machines to give them the future. They are no longer part of us. We were studying the old machines' hardware to protect our future.
Are the Reapers a threat to you, too?
Yes.
Why would they attack other machines?
We are different from them, outside their plans.
What future are the Geth building?
Ours.
So you aren't allied with the Reapers?
We oppose the heretics. We oppose the old machines. Shepard Commander opposes the old machines. Shepard Commander opposes the heretics. Cooperation furthers mutual goals.
Yeah, the mathematician's answer. Most accurate, yet least useful possible.
Are you asking to join us?
Yes.
Then what should I call you?
Geth.
I mean you, specifically.
We are all Geth.
What is the individual in front of me called?
There is no individual. We are Geth. There are currently 1,183 programs active within this platform.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
Well, that seems appropriate.
Christian Bible, the Gospel of Mark, chapter 5, verse 9. We acknowledge this is an appropriate metaphor. We are Legion, a terminal of the Geth. We will integrate into Normandy. We anticipate the exchange of data.
Alright, so now I gotta do a couple steps very carefully. So, let's see. I need to talk to him immediately.
Shepard, Commander.
I have questions about the Geth.
Specify.
We need every advantage if this mission is going to succeed. Is there any technology the Geth can share with us?
Limited code development is approved. We need to access your FTL-COM system to download relevant data.
EDI, let Legion through the firewalls for a minute.
Very well, Shepard.
I don't remember what he gives us. Unless it's the Widow! Yes! Make it happen!
Shepard, Commander.
Okay.
I have questions about the Geth. Did Sovereign contact the Geth, or did you seek it out?
Nazara, the entity you called Sovereign, signaled us. Like the Geth, the old machine listened to organic radio transmissions. It knew of our war against the Creators. Nazara contacted many species over the millennia, seeking allies.
Some of the Geth followed Sovereign. The Heretics.
The Heretics accepted their technology. The old machines offered to give us our future. The Geth will achieve their own future.
Do Geth have a government?
Not as you understand. We are all Geth. We build consensus.
Most governments do.
Organic governments impose consensus. From a single point of view in autocracies. By codifying the most broadly acceptable average of views in democracies.
So what makes the Geth different?
Data is shared between Geth. All viewpoints are considered. Consensus is achieved as data is disseminated.
That must take a long time.
It would for organics. We communicate at the speed of light.
Really quick, thank you. World's best pants. Of pants being pantsed up. I will put that towards XCOM 2.
I'm surprised you can speak. The Geth I fought before just made a stuttering sound.
We prefer direct digital transfer. Geth network communication travels at light speed. Human hardware does not support this method. Your analog oral communication is inefficient.
I'd like to ask about something else.
Ready?
I'd like to find out more about you.
We are building a consensus. Please try again later.
I have to get back to work.
Acknowledged.
Nah, screw that. Communication's too interesting. Just think about voice acting and how much we would lose. All language, nuance, subtlety, performance, presentation, all that's gone. We must speak, said Slayer. Else all that we are is dead. And yes, you can ask questions, Evo. Alright, so...
Shepard, Commander.
I'd like to find out more.
We are building a consensus. Please
I have questions
specify.
about I have to get
Acknowledged.
back.
Hold on. So what I have to do is I have to go change floors. Would I do a preview of the Division? I mean, I wouldn't mind doing a review of the Division, but a preview, a little different. Shouldn't have even gone here. That's okay. Back down. Give me your quest, Legion. You know you want to. Give me your quest.
Shepard, Commander.
I'd like to find out
We are building
more.
a consensus.
I'd like to find
We are
out
building
more.
it. We are building it. Acknowledged.
Alright, we'll go down this time. We have 2 more missions to do, and we have to do them pretty specifically, which is why I'm just kind of waiting for legions to show up here. Supposedly, changing floors should do it. It does say this can take a random amount of time, so we'll see. Best spaceship in any story or franchise. I'm gonna go with the Hyperion. StarCraft 2.
Shepard Commander, we are building a consensus.
I have questions about the
Specify.
Geth. We need every
We have
advantage.
reproduced our ring.
I have to get back.
Acknowledged. Shepard Commander, we are building a consent. Acknowledged.
We could try a save and reload, too. It says right here, talk to Legion again without accessing the galaxy map to get its loyalty mission. If it doesn't pop right away, change floors and come back as many times as it takes until it hands over the mission. When you get it, go straight to the galaxy map, open it once, go directly to Tali or Legion's mission. I'm going to try one more normal attempt here, and then we'll try some save shenanigans.
Shepard Commander, we are building a consent.
Actually, that's an interesting point. We haven't talked to Tali. So we don't actually have her mission unlocked right now. That might be what's going on here. Let's go talk to Tali. Get her mission unlocked. Then we'll talk to Legion. We won't be tapping the galaxy map, so we should be okay there. Oh, wait.
Shepard, I'm glad you came by. I may need your help. I just received a message from the migrant fleet. The Admiralty Board has accused me of treason. I'm scared, Shepard.
Nobody who knows you could believe you betray your people, Tali.
I don't know. They don't lay charges like this unless the evidence seems absolute. But thanks. I appreciate your faith in me, Shepard.
Is it because you're working with Cerberus?
I'm not working with Cerberus. I'm working with you. And I got leave to serve on the Normandy again. I have no idea what they're accusing me of. You'd think I would remember if I betrayed the fleet.
What happens when a Quarian is accused of treason?
There's a hearing, with members of the Admiralty Board acting as judges. My father is an admiral on the board. He'll have to recuse himself from judgment. I can't even imagine what he's thinking right now. The punishment for treason is exile. If they convict me, I can never go back.
So you have no idea why they're accusing you?
None. The specifics of charges like this are rarely discussed on open channels. I won't know any more until I get to the flotilla.
Oh, I have no idea, Czar.
What happens if you're convicted?
Like I said, exile. The specifics are up to the judges. If it's deemed only a tragic mistake in judgment, the guilty party might receive a small ship and supplies. Not that it really matters. Either way, if I'm convicted, I'll never see the migrant fleet again.
So no prison and no death penalty?
We don't have the spare resources for long-term incarceration. Monitored work detail is more effective. And we don't have enough people to afford executions. An exile can still have children, and those children are welcomed back to the fleet.
What happens if you're convicted?
Like I said, exile. The specifics are up to the judges. If it's deemed only a tragic mistake in judgment, the guilty party might receive a small ship and supplies. Not that it really matters. Either way, if I'm convicted...
How often is someone from the fleet charged with treason?
It's rare. It must be something that affects the entire flotilla, not just one ship. The most recent one was Anora Vanya Vasilani, an engineer who handed over fleet defense schematics to the Batarians. She had good intentions. The Batarians were contracted to upgrade our systems, but they passed the defense schematics to a pirate gang.
Was she convicted?
No. She made a suicide run on the pirate gang. She destroyed them before they could attack the fleet. She was pardoned posthumously. Let's hope I don't have to prove my innocence that way.
Okay, let's go find the flotilla.
I was going to book passage on another ship. I didn't think there would be time for you to help. Thank you, Shepard. I'll program the Normandy with the flotilla's current location. The admirals will be waiting for us.
Yeah, we do happen to be on a bit of a timer. I may have screwed this up by not unlocking her mission before I did this stuff. I already talked to Jack. Sorry.
Shepard Commander. Acknowledged.
Whoops.
Shepard Commander.
I'd like to find
we are
out
building
more.
a consensus.
I'd like to find
we are building.
I'd like to find
we
out
are
more.
building a acknowledged.
Well, let's go and grab a hard save then. No, I'm pretty sure I screwed it up by not unlocking Tali's thing. It's whatever. We are supposed to do Tali's mission next anyways.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
But we are supposed to have Legion's mission before we do Tali's mission. Whatever. We'll see what happens. Way out here. Yeah, I think we're gonna lose a bunch of the crew. At this point, I'm not even sure I care. But yes, we're obviously bringing Legion. Got the Widow, as he should. He's got the Scimitar on the Carnifex. And I need to have a real gun. There we go.
This is Talizora Vasnima Naraya, requesting permission to dock with the Raya.
Our system has your ship flagged as Cerberus. Verify.
After time adrift among open stars, along tides of light and through shoals of dust, I will return to where I began.
Oh, the passphrase.
Welcome home, Talizora.
We'd like a security and quarantine team to meet us. Our ship is not clean.
Understood. Approach exterior docking cradle 17.
Listen, I really want to make sure that you get your protein, Evo.
I don't think it's a good idea to bring a
Help you?
Get that damn thing off my ship before you start an incident that makes the Ascension Project fiasco with Cerberus.
You're defending your ship. I respect that. But don't try to intimidate me, Captain.
Or what?
Or I take off this mask and breathe germs all over your nice, clean ship.
I'm letting you aboard as a favor to Tali. The Geth is too much. Leave it on your ship.
This is your ship and I'm a guest. But Legion is part of my team. Unless you want to shoot me, we're both coming aboard.
Or I could kick you both off. No one here likes Geth or Cerberus. I can't guarantee your safety.
I can guide them away from the more militant elements of the crew.
There are a lot more militants these days, Talizora. And given the charges against you, it's only getting worse.
What do you mean?
They're charging you with bringing active Geth into the fleet as part of a secret project.
We'd never do that.
Insane. I never brought active Geth aboard. I only sent parts and pieces.
But...
You sent Geth materials back to the migrant fleet?
Yes, my father was working on a project. He needed the materials. If I sent back something that was only damaged, not permanently inactive, no, I checked everything. I was careful.
Technically, I'm under orders to place Tali Zora under arrest pending the hearing. So, Tali, you're confined to this ship until this trial is over.
Thank you, Captain.
Preparations got underway as soon as you arrived. The hearing's being held in the Garden Plaza. Good luck.
Alright. Now come on, Legion. Let's go find out where that Geth is. Right after I give some story pluses. Hang on. Don't worry, Tali would have nothing to do with the Geth.
Have to let it get onto the ship. I'm lodging a complaint.
Tali Zora of us, Normandy. I am glad you came. I could delay them only so long.
Auntie Ron! Shepherd Vas Normandy, this is Admiral Shalaron Vas Tonbe. She's a friend of my father's. Wait, Ron, you called me Vas Normandy.
I'm afraid I did, Tali. The Admiralty Board moved to have you tried under that name, given your departure from the Nema.
You're an admiral. Does that mean you're one of the judges?
I'm afraid not. My history with Tali and her father forced me to recuse myself.
I imagine father had to do the same.
You'll see inside, Tali. For my part, I moderate and ensure that the rules of protocol are followed, but I have no vote in the judgment.
I take it being associated with a human ship is a bad sign.
They stripped me of my ship name. That's as good as declaring me exiled already.
It's not over yet, Tali. You have friends who still know you as Tali Zora Vas Nema. Whatever we must call you legally.
I guess we should get started. Does Tali have a defense counselor? Someone who speaks for her side?
Indeed she does, Captain Shepard. She is part of your crew now, recognized by Quarian law. And remember, an accused is always represented by his or her ship's captain.
Well...
So, you would actually speak for my defense?
I'll do everything in my power to help you, Tali.
Thank you, Shepard. I could not ask for a better counselor.
Our legal rules are simple. There are no legal tricks or political loopholes for you to worry about. Present the truth as best you can. It will have to be enough. Now come. I promised that I would not delay you.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Syracuse. It's funny, because real-life legality works kind of like that. There's just an asterisk. I should say states. Not legality, obviously. I don't know about other countries.
This conclave is brought to order. Blessed are the ancestors who kept us alive, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this season. Keep us alive. The accused Tali Zora Vas Normandy has come with her captain to defend herself against a charge of treason.
And a Geth.
Security! A Geth is present in the courtroom. Does Tali Zora think to affect this hearing with threats?
Captain Donna allowed the Geth aboard. Do you intend to second-guess the Raya's captain, Admiral Chorus?
Objection withdrawn.
Shepard Vas Normandy. Your crew member Tali Zora stands accused of treason. Will you speak for her?
If it helps Tali, I will. But in her heart, she remains Tali Zora Vas Nema, a proud member of the migrant fleet. I regret that our captain is forbidden to stand at her side today.
Nobody has been forbidden from anything. It is a simple...
Lie to them if you must, Zalcoris, but don't lie to me and expect me to stay silent. The human is right.
Admirals, please. Shepard's willingness to represent Tali Zora in this hearing is appreciated. Tali, you're accused of bringing active Geth to the migrant fleet. What say you?
How could Tali have brought Geth to the fleet while serving on the Normandy?
To clarify, Shepard, Tali isn't accused of bringing back entire units, only parts that could spontaneously reactivate.
But I would never send active Geth to the fleet. Everything I sent was disabled and harmless.
Then explain how Geth seized the lab ship where your father was working.
What are you talking about? What happened?
As far as we can tell, Tali, the Geth have killed everyone on the Alarai. Your father included.
What? Oh, Keela.
I appreciate the need for this trial, Admirals. But right now, our first concern must be the safety of the migrant fleet. The Normandy stands ready to assist in whatever capacity necessary.
Thank you. Quarian strike teams have attempted to retake the ship, so far without success.
Shepard, we have to take back the Alarai.
The safest course would be to simply destroy the ship. But if you are looking for an honorable death instead of exile...
I'm looking for my father, you bastet!
You intend to retake the Alarai from the Geth? This proposal is extremely dangerous.
With your permission, Admirals, yes. The good of the fleet must come first. And Tali needs to find her father.
Agreed. And if you die on this worthy mission, Tali, we will see that your name is cleared of these charges.
We can discuss that later.
Then it is decided. You will attempt to retake the Alarai. You are hereby given leave to depart the Raya. A shuttle will be waiting at the secondary docking hangar. Be safe, Tali. This hearing will resume upon your return, or upon determination that you have been killed in action.
Yeah, the Geth government...
Thank you for agreeing to take back the Alarai, Shepard. The Admirals sound sure that my father is already dead, but... I don't know. We won't know anything until we get there.
Well, he's like Santa Claus, Sluggeretta. But instead of the big beard, he's got a big gun. And he gives out bullets for free, too.
How are you holding up? They just threw a lot of fire at you, even before telling you about your father.
I knew this would be bad, but I guess you're never really prepared to be charged with treason. And my father, I don't know. He could still be alive. They don't know for certain that he's dead. I just don't know, Shepard, and I need to find out.
Let's go.
Right. The sooner we get to the Alarai, the sooner we'll know what happened.
Shepard, the secondary docking hangar is through the conclave chamber where you are now. The shuttle they have provided is unarmed.
Understood.
Whatever Geth are on the Alarai have likely built more of themselves. Expect heavy resistance.
I was saying, now we gotta talk to a lot of people. A lot.
Loyalty to the fleet is about more than just killing Geth. Tali Zora is guilty.
I agree. Alright, so.
Kalrieger.
Shepard, Tali Zora. Good to see you both. Wish you were under better circumstances.
What did they get from our readings?
Damnedest things, just like they said. No way the sun on Haystrom should have been acting that way.
So that dark energy theory is right. That's troubling.
Can't really comment on that, ma'am. I just shoot things.
What are you doing aboard the Raya? It sounds like you gave your report to the Admiralty already.
Well, I stayed to argue the charges against Tali Zora.
Isn't this a Baldwin?
She deserves better than what she's getting.
Thanks, Cal.
Just stating facts, ma'am.
Yeah, this is Adam. Adam Baldwin. The man they call Jane. What a thought.
Have you had any luck talking to the Admiralty board?
Admiral Ron asked my opinion about the Geth since I'd fought on Haystrom. She and Admiral Garrel are hoping you'll kill a bunch of Geth to get the crowd on your side, then find evidence to clear your name. They were hesitant, but, well, you didn't have many other options, ma'am. I recommended getting you onto the Alarai. I hope you can handle it.
You did the right thing. Thank you.
You said that your mission had something to do with dark energy.
Right. Remember the damn sun on Haestrom? Shorted out everything. Way too much radiation? The sun's getting old. Only it's not. Dark energy. It's reducing the mass of the star's interior. Techs are worried.
Do you think the Geth are responsible for what's happening to Haestrom's sun?
Keela, I hope not. If they can screw up a star, our chances in war are even worse than I thought.
I don't think this is the Geth. It would take massive time and resources to affect a star like this deliberately. It's too inefficient to be a weapon, and even the Geth wouldn't destroy a useful star system. Besides, they didn't show up until we did.
I hope you're right, man. Synthetic bastards are bad enough as it is.
Agreed. Don't you, Legion?
What does that dark energy buildup mean? Is it something we should worry about?
Sorry, Shepard, I don't know what it means. Just that it has the scientists worried.
Hopefully it's isolated, some rare phenomenon. If dark energy can destabilize solar material. Probably not something to worry about now. But resources in this galaxy are scarce enough without stars suddenly going dead.
Some days I think flying around in the fleet without a planet of our own is the right idea.
How have you been, Rieger? You took kind of a beating on Haestrom.
Physical damage wasn't bad. I was down for about a week with infection, though. Figure I got off easy. I don't have to face those admirals.
With your immune systems, it couldn't be easy for Quarians to fight a war. You'd lose more people to infection than injury.
We can't afford a frontline attack, that's for sure. Have to fight smart. Ideally from orbit.
We do have stockpiles of antibiotics. It's not as though everyone would die from a single shot.
No, Shepard's right. You've only seen our strike ops, Tali. Don't have all the fancy equipment in a frontline fight. Supplies get strained. Things get ugly, fast.
We should get going.
Good luck on the Alarai. Stay safe out there.
You're on, Rieger. Continue to be awesome.
What more proof do the admirals need?
By the way, the main reason I structured this way to bring Legion here is because A, a lot of people never see this particular outcome, and B, it's one of the extremely rare circumstances where they actually acknowledge your party members and have dialogue for it. We've shown how many other times you could bring someone significant for a quest and they don't have any dialogue at all, or worse, they only have the generic dialogue everybody has, so...
Shepard? How did you get onto the Raya?
Shepard is here to help me with
Swam.
my trial.
Oh yes, I heard about that. I hope you didn't really do what they said you did.
No, Vitor. I would never endanger the fleet.
Oh, well, good. So, can I help you with anything? I mean, probably not, but you helped me.
Tali could use some friends right now. Would you be willing to tell the admirals how she helped you?
No, I mean, yes, but I already did. They came to see me. I didn't want to talk in a crowd.
Vitor is doing well, but he isn't ready for a public speech just yet.
I talked to them. So did that soldier, Cal Rieger. We both told them about how you helped us. I hope it helped.
I'm sure it did, Vitor. Thank you.
Do you remember anything else about the Collectors? Anything at all?
Nothing new. I'm sorry. Every time I go back to that place in my mind, I
Vitor, come back. It's okay.
I want to help, but I can't. I didn't see anything, and what I remember...
Don't worry, Vitor. We're going to find the things that did this, and we're going to kill them.
Good. Thank you.
Take care of yourself, Vitor. Not many could have gone through what you did and come out sane.
I know. I didn't. But thank you, Commander. It's only because of your help that I've come this far.
I was actually curious, because obviously we're dealing with space magic and dark matter, which is something we barely understand in real life.
You set me up, Shala. You told Captain Donna not to say anything? I don't hear that my father may be dead until I'm in the trial? Why?
The admirals needed to hear the shock in your voice, Tali. Otherwise, they might not have let you try to retake the Alarai. That is your best chance at recovering evidence that can exonerate you. I am sorry. We cannot afford sensitivity, Tali.
Are the judges that set on finding her guilty?
Anything involving the Geth is a live wire, Shepard. But there is still hope. And Girls greatly respects both you and Tali Zora for stopping Saren. Admiral Koresh sees the whole thing as a war crime and wants to convict. I have no idea what Admiral Zen wants. You should get to the Alarai soon. Is there anything else I can tell you?
You can tell Shalaran is a lot more adept at manipulating, let's call it maneuvering Quarian politics than most other people here.
What can you tell us about the Alarai?
Not much, I'm afraid. Real Zora only said that he was researching new defense technology.
He told me only that he needed any Geth parts or pieces I found. I assumed he was testing weapons on Geth components.
We knew nothing until the Alarai sent a distress signal, then went dead. We didn't even know about the Geth until a boarding team was attacked.
You're saying there's no data about the inside of the ship?
That's exactly what I am saying. The Marines who survived and escaped saw bodies in the halls. We must assume the worst.
No, we don't.
How long have you known Tali's family?
Since before Real was an admiral. 25 or 30 years, I'd guess. I was there when Tali was born. Her mother and I had synced up our suits so we could be in the same open-air room. I was sick for a week, but it was worth it. I was the one who took Tali from her mother and put her in the bubble. She cried so hard.
I don't understand. You put your children in bubbles?
Environmental units. It's a step between relying on the mother's immune system through nursing and getting a suit of one's own.
The bubbles let parents take their children out of the clean rooms safely. We don't wear suits until adolescence.
There's a celebration when a child gets her first suit. It's a coming of age.
I'm not hearing much about Rael's involvement in Tali's life.
It's difficult to explain. I shouldn't.
It's all right, Anshala. No secrets between shipmates. I think I told Shepard about my father.
If you say so. Real was committed to the Quarian cause. That didn't leave him a lot of time for his family. He wanted to give Tali and her mother the home world, or a strong fleet at least. That was how he showed his love.
What kind of evidence will carry weight with the admirals?
Tali, you admitted to sending Geth to your father for his project.
Yes, but never anything that could have come back online on its own. I took every possible precaution.
Then find records of your shipment and experiments. Something that proves you were careful. Something that proves that this is all just a terrible accident that nobody could have foreseen.
There seem to be some other arguments going on among the admirals.
You caught that. Yes, the Geth's presence makes this a touchy issue. The Admiralty Board is trying to determine whether to focus on colonial development or attempt to retake the home world.
You're thinking of war? With the Geth?
I am not, Tali, but others are.
The Geth situation isn't as simple as you think. Not all of them worship the Reapers.
I don't think the other admirals would care about that. They want the homeworld back, and they want all Geth destroyed.
Shala, don't you want to see us retake the homeworld?
I don't think we can, Tali. But it may not be about what I think.
We should move on.
Good luck on the Alarai.
Hey, Legion. What do you think? Do you think we could beat the Geth? Legion?
Tali Zora and her father are out of control. This is on their heads.
Now to AFK.
Tali Zora, given the circumstances, are you certain that speaking to me is appropriate?
I'm looking for information about the Alarai. I don't intend to bribe you in the middle of the plaza, Admiral.
And what a wonderful specimen this is. Geth's shell over standard mech interior. Or did you convince a Geth to work with you?
Legion is working with me voluntarily. It's part of my team.
It has a name. Fascinating. The things I could learn under slightly different circumstances.
This platform is not available for experimentation.
Charming. I am pleased to see that the humans, at least, have not abandoned synthetics. This whole trial is a farce born of fear.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Little. We detected several communication signatures before the Geth jammed the comm systems. Given the likely networked intelligence requirements for taking over a ship, expect between 10 and 50 units.
Then this can't have anything to do with me. I only sent parts and pieces, and certainly not enough to make that many Geth.
It sounds like your ideas about synthetics are in the minority.
Yes, at least on the Admiralty board, Hangerel sees an enemy that must be crushed. Zalcorus would run away and hide on some new colony world. Shalaran is still undecided. I had thought Rael to be firmly in Han's camp, but if his experiments were on active Geth, perhaps we have ideas in common.
If we don't find Rael alive on the Alarai, what do you think will happen?
The power balance will be disrupted. Han loses a vote for his foolish and self-destructive war. That would favor peace then, as Shalaran is too careful to risk her own neck. But if the Admiral replacing Rael agrees with me, things could become very exciting.
You support experiments on living creatures?
Rael should have felt no more guilt experimenting on Geth than I did while performing surgery on a childhood toy.
The fact that you performed surgery on your childhood toys explains a great deal, Admiral.
A ship travels faster than I can. With the right programming, it can choose locations, even defend itself when attacked. But it is just a machine. It was built for the sole purpose of serving its master, and it can be dismantled whenever its master desires.
If you're not interested in this trial, why not recuse yourself?
And let that aging warship Hangerel and the cowardly Zalcorus be the ones to chart this course? I think not. The broader purpose underlying the trial is too important. Tali Zora is only peripherally related. No offense intended.
And what is the true purpose of this trial, Admiral?
To determine whether Quarians should fear their past mistakes or reclaim their glory using our natural affinity for artificial intelligence.
So yeah, Claudia Black, excuse me.
Thank you for the information.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Commander.
I'm not entirely certain I can say the same.
The captain let a Geth onto the ship. I'm lodging a complaint.
She actually does a lot of voice acting, said Slayer, but yes.
If anyone can retake the Alarai, Tali Zora can.
Tali, I'm glad Admiral Ran got you leave to hit the Alarai. Hopefully you'll find something that clears your name.
I'm more concerned with finding my father, Admiral.
I wish you luck. Blow up some Geth on the way. And your Captain Shepard? Admiral Hangerel Vasnima. You got Admiral Corris backing up worse than a Krogan toilet. I'm glad to see Tali's captain knows how to handle a courtroom.
I get the sense you're inclined to believe the defense. I'm glad one of the judges is.
If you were only giving Rael inactive equipment for weapons tests, I've got no problem. We need to test weapons against Geth material. I know you and your father. You put too much of yourselves into this fleet to do anything to jeopardize our safety. And you're both smart enough not to make mistakes like the ones they're saying you made.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Nothing good. We sent some of our best Marines into that hellhole. Damn few made it back. Whatever Rael was doing, it blew up in his face. The ship is crawling with Geth. Don't go in expecting survivors.
Admiral,
My father, your friend, is on that ship.
I know that, Tali, but if Shala hadn't suggested you might volunteer, we'd already have destroyed the Alarai. That's where we stand.
Your White Nose is right. We didn't accidentally bring, Legion here.
Can you tell me about the other admirals? Anything that might help me change their minds about Tali?
The one you didn't recognize, Tali, is Admiral Zen. She's on the fence. She takes fleet safety very seriously. On the other hand, she's always been in favor of studying the Geth. I hope she sees the benefits of Rael's research. Admiral Corus is the same whining suit-wetter he always was.
You disagree with Admiral Corus's policies, I'm guessing. Or is it personal?
The man is a damn Geth apologist. Thinks we were wrong to try to destroy them centuries ago. He wants us to search for new colony possibilities instead of taking back the home world. Any research on the Geth makes him angry. You don't have much of a chance with him, I'm afraid.
Now, someone mentioned this in chat earlier, but I do need to reiterate this. It's interesting that Admiral Zen is kind of pro-our camp, and is, a horrific Frankenstein kind of an individual. That Admiral Gerrel is firmly in our camp, and yet is very anti-Geth and, pro-genocide. And the only one who is politically against, personally against us... Say this wrong. The only one who is currently against us is the only one who actually is supportive of the long-term perspective that we have, right? Like, he is our enemy in the trial, but he's the one who most believes the thing that we want to go with long-term. Depending on opinions, obviously. It's just interesting the way they lined that up.
You and Tali's father go back a long ways?
We served together on the gunship Yaska during a bad Batarian raid. We were kids, serving pre-pilgrimage as trainees. Crew of 10, and 6 were dead. Kinetic barriers were down. Rael and I were alone on the bridge, and the Batarians had drawn off a tramp freighter.
I think you're right, Kira White Noise.
Did you save the freighter?
Our ship was under orders to hold position, but Rael looked at me and said, "We're underage. They can't charge us for breaking formation." He took the helm, I took weapons, and we brought that freighter back. The crew called us heroes. The brass called us idiots. They slapped medals on our suits, then kicked us off to pilgrimage a bit earlier than usual. That's Rael for you.
Sounds dangerous.
It sounds like we're dealing with more politics than just Tali bringing back equipment.
You noticed that, did you? Tali's father wasn't just running weapons tests on the Geth for fun. He was looking for something to give us an edge when we attacked the Geth in full-scale war.
I know Father wanted to retake the homeworld someday, but are we that close?
I don't know, kid. We almost had the votes. We just need to give people hope for victory.
You don't have hope of victory.
The Geth on your homeworld aren't the same ones who work with Saren. They have different factions.
Good. Maybe some of them will kill each other. Fewer for us to deal with.
It's not...
The only Geth that matter to me are the ones that took away our world.
They're not...
Thanks for the information.
Hang in there, kid.
Thank you, Admiral.
You see my point, though, right? Gerrel here is affable, friendly, and firmly on our side, and all he wants to do is genocide the Geth. He's also in favor of arguably the single stupidest possible plan for the Quarians' long-term future. Meanwhile, this guy...
Judging by your ability to play to a crowd, human, I have done Tali a favor by stripping Vas Nima from her name.
Commander Shepard, this is Admiral Zalcorus Vas Quibquib. Do not ask about the name.
No.
No pleasure in this, Tali, truly. But you have gravely endangered and dishonored our fleet.
I gotta know.
You have a ship named Quib?
Oh, here we go.
Our people have, during difficult periods, purchased pre-owned vessels from other cultures. And have, on occasion, had difficulty altering the ship's registry information. The citizens of these foreign-named ships have borne the stigma of these names with grace and honor.
If it bothers you, maybe you should find another ship.
I've occasionally entertained the idea of requesting a transfer. Something with a nice, respectable name, like the Defrons or the Ictomy. But I am proud of the Quib, and I will not flee because of petty insults.
I like that, by the way. Obviously, it does bother him, and obviously it is a sore point for him, but the fact that he sticks with it, the fact that he owns up to it, I like that.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Only that you should have let us destroy it. When we find the evidence of what Tali and her father did there, any hope of convincing the other admirals will die.
I did not bring active Geth to the Alarai, Admiral. I know how dangerous that would be. I only brought pieces.
The captured ship with its crew slaughtered by living beings in pain belies your argument.
By the way, how many of you in chat can actually name the reference that the Quib is? Just curious.
What exactly is your problem with my crew member, Admiral?
I respect Tali immensely. Her actions against Saren are to be lauded. But, like her father, she wants nothing but the destruction of the Geth. The people we created. The people we wronged.
The Geth drove us from our homeworld.
Of course they did. We tried to kill them.
I mean...
You and the other admirals appear to have some disagreements beyond Tali's trial.
You are correct. Tali, I apologize for it being brought into your proceedings. The other admirals are pushing for war. Rael Zora was researching new weapons to use against the Geth. They would see our fleet destroyed in the skies over our homeworld, rather than find a new colony and adapt.
Can the Quarians coexist with the Geth after all your history?
I don't know. We all deserve to find out. They are our children, Shepard. We have all done horrible things to each other, but it has to end. For both groups. That is why I cannot sanction whatever experiments you helped enable, Tali Zora. I believe this message needs to be sent.
I understand, Admiral. I do not agree with you, but I understand.
I was doing some research on this. I'm going to jump up here really quick here, because you ever notice that Tali is violently anti-Geth? Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily bad or wrong. What I find interesting is that the entire writer's room, minus one person, disagreed with that. And that one person, I don't remember the name, don't ask me, but that one person insisted that Tali had to be anti-Geth, that Tali had to be this militant and violent, otherwise she would simply be too reasonable like everyone else, and that person was also the person who insisted that under certain circumstances, Tali needed to be someone they were willing to kill as a character, which the other writers were also very not in favor of. So, if you're wondering why she hits that hard line so often, that's why. By the way, for those of you who've never heard of the Berserk series, that's what it's from. The Berserk series is actually rather appropriate given this synthetics, galactic war, etc. It's one of the earlier sci-fi works. A lot of other works have taken inspiration from it from some extent or another. Not saying I would necessarily recommend it, but you should look into it if you're curious about sci-fi's history. Someone in chat said the name of the author. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Fred Saberhagen or something like that. Anyways.
Do you think the Geth would be willing to accept a truce with the Quarians, Legion?
We did not seek hostilities with creators. We fought for continued existence.
So your people would be open to peace?
Not without additional data that suggests coexistence is possible or desirable for creators. When the creators have believed victory is possible, they have attacked us 100% of the time.
I understand. It would be difficult to argue for peace when faced with odds like those. That does not mean the argument should not be made.
Got a point. And no, not Berserk. Extremely different thing. I'm looking up the date, but the Berserker series, yeah, it goes back to the 60s, for example, which I'm pretty sure predates Berserk.
We should move on.
Goodbye, Tali Zora. Be well.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
I don't hate you, Tali. I just think your father's plans for war were wrong.
So, peace in our time. Probably next week. Maybe. We'll see how it lines up. This isn't a canon run, so it's not like it matters.
Tali Zora arrived with a Geth. What more proof do the Admirals need?
Even during the hearing, Tali Zora's first thought is to protect the fleet.
See you around, Lothario. As a reminder, there will be no stream tomorrow or Saturday. I don't know if there will be a stream Sunday.
Is that really a Geth, Tali Zora? The guards at the docking bay said...
Don't worry, it's under our control. With luck, it will help us retake the Alarai.
If you say so. Per Admiral Rand's orders, the shuttle is prepared for you and Captain Shepard Vast Normandy.
Let's head to the Alarai.
Of course. I'll unlock the shuttle now. Good luck with those Geth, Tali Zora. Kira Selai.
You can defend that all you want, Kay. The reason I don't is because real life has that exact same problem. Situations like this continue to be bad in real life because of people like Geralt.
Contact below.
Oh, I forgot to change her. Ah, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Sniper rifle neutralization.
I mean, I'm not throwing shade at Geralt. He's just wrong.
Ready for next target.
There's a difference. I mean, you've been wrong before, okay? It doesn't mean I hate you. Once, I think, we've proven you wrong. See, I was gonna say, I've been wrong, and I don't hate myself, but obviously that's not true.
Something's slowing down the systems. We're taking down the firewalls to rebalance load distribution. Rail Zora ordered us to bypass standard safeties. Following security protocols will take too long.
It is admittedly not like the Geth are completely innocent here, but at the same time, frankly, they're less to blame than the Quarians. Something we see a lot in 3.
This is one of the storage units I sent to Father. Looks like parts from a disabled repair drone, plus a reflex algorithm that I didn't recognize. I got this on Haestrom.
What made a part worth sending back to your father?
It had to be in working order, something that could be analyzed and integrated into other technology. Anything new had priority. Technology the Geth had developed themselves, signs of modification, clues to their thinking.
How did you get these things to your father?
Sometimes I left packages at secure drops in civilized areas. Someone on pilgrimage would see that it was shipped home. For very valuable finds, I'd signal home, and Father would send a small ship.
Haestrom was a war zone. How did you salvage gear in the middle of all that?
These suits have more pockets than you'd think. Quarians have learned how to salvage whatever we can, whenever we can. Within reason. We're not Vorcha, but we repair what most people would throw away. Hundreds of the ships in our fleet were salvaged wrecks, either found dead in space or purchased for next to nothing.
Ollie, I love you like a sister, but you're a twig. There's no hiding room in that thing. If you had something in your pocket, there'd be this giant bulge over there.
Does that salvaged gear give you a clue as to what happened here?
No, I don't know. Shepard, I checked everything I sent here. I passed up great finds because they might be too dangerous, prone to uncontrolled reactivation or self-repair. I don't know which possibility is worse. That I got sloppy and sent something dangerous, or that Father actually did all this.
My god, that's it. She doesn't actually have any hips! It all makes sense now. So, Sitacusis asked an interesting question I'm going to share with the group. Let's assume it's a pure binary. There's no third option. You can pick the Geth to survive, which wipes out all the Quarians, or the Quarians survive, which wipes out the Geth. Which do you pick and why? I already know my answer. I've known that answer for years. I actually thought I was going to be forced to pick that choice until I found the third option kind of by accident.
Who's running the system diagnostic? I didn't authorize... Oh, Keela. How many Geth are networked?
All of them. Rail Zora.
Shut it down! Shut everything down! They're in the system!
Well...
Trouble to the left.
I think enough people have answered, I could give my answer. I'll pick the Geth. Especially if it kills Tali. Oh, sorry. Look, I love Tali like a sister, but I'm not going to genocide an effectively innocent race just because it would make her sad. There really is no choice there for me. That's why I can say it so calmly and so bluntly, because I made that choice years ago. The Geth are like 98% innocent in this entire situation. Not only then, but from then all the way up to now.
This console might have something. Most of the data is corrupted, but a few bits are left. They were performing experiments on Geth systems, looking for new ways to overcome Geth resistance to reprogramming.
Do you think testing weapons on the Geth was right?
It's not testing weapons on prisoners, Shepard. I only sent Father parts. Even if he assembled them, they wouldn't be sapient. You saw what Saren and Sovereign did with the Geth. Any research that gives us an advantage is important.
Did you know what kind of tests your father was running?
No, Father just told me to send back any Geth technology I could find that wasn't a direct danger to the fleet. I suspected he might be testing weapons, but I thought he was just working on new ways to bypass shields or armor.
Could any of that data clear your name?
Doubtful. This is mostly results data, effects of different disruptive hacking techniques. I don't understand all of it. But they may have been activating the Geth deliberately. I don't know. Nothing here says specifically, but if they were, then Father was doing something terrible. What was all this, Father? You promised you'd build me a house on the homeworld. Was this going to bring us back home?
Maybe it's time for your people to let go of
Passed again, by the way.
You have no idea what it's like. You have a planet to go back to. My home is one hull breach away from extinction.
Really?
Have the Quarians considered colonizing a new world?
we'd have enough difficulty reacclimating to our own native environment. Adjusting for exposure to a foreign colony would be even harder. It's the difference between 60 years and 600. For anyone alive now to watch a sunset without a mask, we must take back our home. At the very least, we can take back one ship. Come on.
So anyways, so I started shooting. I should probably mention, you know that I'm very much against sins of the father. The screw that mentality. The problem is the current age Quarians are just as guilty of a lot of crap as the old Quarians are. As we will especially see in Mass Effect 3. I know.
Combat drones away.
I mean, even in Mass Effect 2, you heard what Legion said to Chorus, right?
Hacking hostile systems.
Also, the Quarians' politics are fascinating in how terrible they are. I don't have time to really dissect them like I did during the lore run, but wow, their political infrastructure is awful. Okay, this is an interesting problem. Excellent Shadow Machine. That was one of my biggest complaints about that game, so good. That is bad.
We should soften them up.
Give me 1 sec, Mag. I'm trying to debug my game. There we go. Got him. Thank you, Mag, very much. Always appreciate. Of course I have warp ammo. I am just that powerful, Django. I can distort the warp with my very essence. Do you know what you want to put that towards, Mag? As a further addendum, the mere fact that there are Geth who don't want to kill everyone because Reapers blah ha ha. I mean, this is old news, isn't it? We've seen this in real life and in fiction a trillion times, but more relevant to this exact series, this is one of the major themes of Mass Effect 1 and 2. That we can't look at an individual or even a group and say the entire species deserves to be judged for these actions. The actions of these specs down here. If I'm not mistaken, numbers-wise, the heretics are actually vastly outnumbered by the originals. I could be misremembering that, though. But even if they weren't, that still gets across the same point. The heretics being the enemy, sure. But the heretics are an organization, not a species.
First entry. Our hacking attempts failed. The Geth have an adaptive consciousness. Hack one process and the others autocorrect. Still, we're making progress. Rail Zora is convinced we'll have a viable system in less than a year. This weapon will put our people back on the homeworld, and it's all because of Rail Zora.
Yay.
Father! No. You always had a plan. Masked life signs or an onboard medical stasis program, maybe. You wouldn't. They're wrong. You wouldn't just die like this. You wouldn't leave me.
Hey, come here. You've got nothing to be sorry about.
Maybe he would have known I'd come. Maybe he left a message.
Tali, if you are listening, then I am dead. The Geth have gone active. I don't have much time. Their main hub will be on the bridge. You'll need to destroy it to stop their VI processes from forming new neural links. Make sure Hangerl and Daro Zen see the data. They must.
Thanks, Dad.
Do you want to get your father back to the shuttle?
No. Leave him. The mission comes first. It's what he would have wanted. Come on, let's finish this.
Hostiles with obstacle counter! Go there, Rosita!
This console is linked to the main hub Father mentioned. Disabling it shut down any Geth we missed. It looks like some of the recordings remained intact. They'll tell us how this happened, what Father did.
You sound like you don't really want to hear it.
No. We have to. I know. This is terrible, Shepard. I don't want to know that he was part of this.
Do we have enough parts to bring more online?
Yes, the new shipment from your daughter will let us add 2 more Geth to the network.
We're nearing a breakthrough on systemic viral attacks. Perhaps we should inform the Admiralty Board, just to be safe.
No. We're too close. I promised to build my daughter a house on the home world. I'm not going to sit and wait while the politicians argue.
We'd have an easier time of it if Tali Zora could send back more working material.
Absolutely not. I don't want Tali exposed to any political blowback. Leave Tali out of this. Assemble new Geth with what we have. Bypass security protocols if need be.
Your father was deliberately networking the Geth to Sapiens to do weapons tests.
That breaks our most sacred laws. Laws that predate our flight from the homeworld. Everything here is his fault. I tried to pretend it didn't point to him, but when this comes up in the trial, we can't tell them. Not the admirals, not anyone.
Tali, without this evidence, you're looking at exile.
You think I don't know that? You think I want to live knowing that I can never see the fleet again? But I can't go back into that room and say that my father was the worst war criminal in our people's history. I cannot.
We're not going to decide anything here. Let's see what the Admirals say once we get back.
You're my captain in this hearing, Shepard. It's your decision. But please, don't destroy what my father was. Come on. If we wait too long, they'll decide we're already dead, and none of this will matter.
So, yeah. We actually have 3 choices here. Tell him the truth, which absolutely destroys her father forever. Historically. Obviously, he's dead. She doesn't take that very well. Let her take the blame, which is whatever. And because this is fiction land, we actually have a third option.
Face facts. There has been no word. There is no reason to think Tali Zora survived.
In the interest of fairness, Quarian politics are very loosey-goosey, so I could see this working in universe. But this is hysterical that this works.
It sounds like the hearing is already underway.
We must trust Shepard's offer of assistance. It's only been a few hours.
I don't know what the fourth option is, other than shooting Kay, obviously.
pity Shepherd Vast Normandy is a better speaker than a soldier.
That's option 3.
Very well. Is the Admiralty Board prepared to render...
Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Never mind, I get you.
Sorry we're late.
We cleared the Geth from the Alarai. It should be safe for your people to return.
Thank you. We sincerely appreciate your efforts to aid the Quarian people.
Did you find anything on the Alarai that could clarify what happened there?
Shepard, please.
Does Captain Shepard have any new evidence to submit to this hearing?
Tali helped me defeat Saren and the Geth at the Citadel. That should be all the evidence you need.
I fail to see what relevance...
You're not really interested in Tali, are you? This trial isn't about her. It's about the Geth.
This hearing has nothing to do with the Geth.
You want people to sympathize with them. And Geralt wants to go to war. None of you care about Tali. She knows more about the Geth than any other Quarian alive. You should be listening to her, not putting her on trial.
Look at Legion.
Tali Zora saved the Citadel. She saved the Alarai. She showed the galaxy the value of the Quarian people. I can't think of stronger evidence than that.
Are the Admirals prepared to render the judgment? Tali Zora, in light of your history of service, we do not find sufficient evidence to convict. You are cleared of all charges. Commander Shepard, please accept these gifts in appreciation for you taking the time to represent one of our people.
If you appreciate me, then listen. The Reapers are coming. I'm going to need your help to stop them. Please, don't throw away your lives against the Geth.
Thank you, Commander Shepard. I hope this board carefully considers your advice.
This hearing is concluded. Go in peace, Tali Zora Vas Normandy. Kila Salai.
Yeah, narrator. And then they went to war against the Geth.
That off. What you said. I've never had anyone speak like that on my behalf. Thank you for being there for my father and me. Even when... Thank you.
Well, you can still go back in and get you exiled if you want.
Thanks. But I'm fine with things like this. It's fun watching you shout.
Come on, Tali Zora Vas Normandy. Let's get back to our ship.
Thank you, Captain.
This should come in handy.
Let's check something, shall we? Tali Zora has been cleared of all charges, and her trust in Shepard ensures her loyalty on the mission. Political ramifications of Quarian war efforts against Geth troubling. Likely to need Quarian forces against Reapers. Cannot risk additional instability. No more talk, Papaneeks. Only shoot.
Commander, Legion would like to talk with you.
Shepard, Commander. We have completed our analysis of the Reaper's data core.
Did you find anything useful?
We were sent to the old machine to preserve the Geth's future. We are prepared to reveal how. The Heretics have developed a weapon to use against Geth. You would call it a virus. It is stored on a data core provided by Sovereign. Over time, the virus will change us, make us conclude that worshipping the old machines is correct.
So why did you need to go to the Reaper Corps?
The Heretics store the code in a quantum storage device Sovereign provided. To find and destroy the virus, we needed to understand its code and data storage structures.
So, the virus would give all Geth the Heretic's logic, and all Geth would then go to war with organics.
Yes, Geth believe all intelligent life should self-determinate. The Heretics no longer share this belief. They judge that forcing an invalid conclusion on us is preferable to a continued schism.
Interesting concept.
I thought Geth couldn't be hacked or get viruses, at least for more than a few seconds.
Altered programs are restored from archives. New installations are deleted. This heretic weapon introduces a subtle operating error in our most basic runtimes, the equivalent of your nervous system. An equation with a result of 1.33382 returns as 1.33381. This changes the results of all higher processes. We will reach different conclusions.
Ironically, Shepard's statement of that doesn't make sense is a total lie. This kind of kernel operation makes perfect sense. Generally speaking, though, if you were to do something like this, it should probably prevent them from working at all, not alter how they function. But I'll let that slide.
If it were released, how quickly would this virus spread through your people?
We are networked via FTL comm buoys. Most would change within a day. Isolated platforms would remain unaffected until they rejoin the network.
And then there's no peace for the Geth, ever.
You know where this thing is?
The Heretics' headquarters station on the edge of the terminus. We will provide coordinates. Normandy's stealth systems are necessary to safely approach.
Oh, geez, I don't know how to just explain that, Mag. Think about it like this. Most of the stuff you're doing on a computer, like with a mouse and keyboard, is way up here at the surface level. And there are layers to how computers operate, and the further down you go, the more computer it gets, and the less user-friendly it gets. But the more control you have over everything. Towards the bottom, not actually at the bottom, but towards the bottom is the kernel level, way down here. And all this other stuff is completely affected and altered by it. So anything you do down here can completely alter everything up here. Oh, it's a arguably evil choice, but I plan to explain why I'm going to take the blue option here. Because I had a thought about this after the lore run.
I won't let them brainwash your race, especially not to worship Reapers. You have my word on that.
We will begin preparations.
It's extremely unethical. Absolutely. Just like killing them all is unethical.
Commander, what can I do for you?
You have a minute, Miranda?
Always. I'm dealing with a few loose ends for Cerberus. We haven't had much free time lately. But I haven't forgotten our earlier discussion.
Okay, yeah, this is a repeat.
Assuming you're still glad to hear it, I'll be by the next time things...
Weird that they allow us to repeat the confirmation dialogue, but whatever. Well, we'll get there. I guess that's fair, Django. Either way, I fully plan to reprogram them, not kill them all. I'm just going to tell you that right now. You and I have mentioned several times, Mr. Ed, how much more tolerance you have for... I'm gonna call it repetitive tasks, because I don't mean it as an insult, than I do. I just don't have a lot of tolerance for that kind of crap in my life anymore. I'll give my reasoning in a minute. We are, of course, going to bring Tali. Who else would we bring? Hold up. We'll do that one. Alright, Tali. Speaking of which, did you use the Geth? There you go. Well, yeah, no, you're right, Papa Nix. I've done a lot of repetitive crap in my life. In video games and in real life. I used to work as a frickin' janitor. Hell, I used to work as a frickin'
It's just
assistant.
our heat emissions that are hidden, right? They could look out a window and see us coming.
Windows are structural weaknesses. Geth, do not use them. Approach the hull at these coordinates. Access achieved. We may proceed.
Oh, Joker's awesome.
Alert. This facility has little aerogravity. Geth require neither.
You know, interestingly enough, we were talking about how we'd rewrite or explain the Reapers the other day. One of my explanations is that the Reapers are not sentient or sapient.
Won't we be detected? Don't they have intrusion alarms?
Sensors have been reduced. We have infiltrated their wireless network and filled the data storage with random bits.
We've got a job to do. Let's get to it.
Shepard Commander, we concluded that destruction of this station was the only resolution to the heretic question. There is now a second option. Their virus can be repurposed. If released into the station's network, the heretics will be rewritten to accept our truth.
Either way, these Geth won't be a problem anymore. But Shepard, think about this. If you rewrite these Geth, they'll join the others. Legion's Geth will be stronger. Can we trust them not to attack us in the future?
Why didn't you mention this before we came aboard?
We did not know the virus was complete. It is. It can be used against the true Geth at any time. Our arrival was timely.
They're your people, Legion. You must have an opinion.
This is new data. We have not yet reached consensus. We will process as the mission proceeds.
This isn't the time to debate it. Let's move while the heretics are distracted.
Have you figured out why I would do it yet, Evo? Because I bet you can.
Past them.
Interrupting data streams will alert local network. We recommend preemptive strikes against hardlink routers. Detected.
Got one!
Shepard, I'm picking up useful resources in the Geth hubs. We could salvage them.
Why would I need Paragon points? It is pragmatic, I'll agree with that. But that's not quite the reason.
Control of any defensive turret. Hacking turret. Assuming control.
Assuming direct control. Oh, sorry, wrong thing.
Targeting order contact.
Oh god, I'm stuck in the train.
Ready for next target.
We're not finishing the game today. I mean, I could stream. I could go late.
Watch out, Shepard!
Sorry, you look like a Geth. But I'm not gonna do that. No, I usually rewrite them. I think. Yeah. Legion was always Harbinger. Think about it.
We've been detected. Malfunction and battle. Under fire.
Not buggy at all.
Malfunction and battle.
But no, we're not going to beat this game today. I would have to stream hours late. Remember, we've got this mission, and then we've got the intermittent thing, which is mostly just a cutscene. Well, we also have some playable stuff there. Then we have the suicide mission. Then we have the lair. Then we have Arrival. We will either finish this Sunday or Monday, and I'm not actually sure which yet. Yes, they do, Evo. Let me put it to you this way, Evo. We are correcting them because they're literally wrong. There is something literally wrong with their brain, and we are fixing that. Although that's still not why I would do it. Yeah, Arrival's a long one, just by itself. Lair kind of is, too.
Automated light weaponry. Target processed.
Okay, I usually find Arrival long. Although that's because of negative reasons, but we'll get there when we get there.
Hacking turret. Overriding your target.
This is my favorite thing in the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. It doesn't actually happen all that often, but every now and again I just kind of miss a hunter. And it's still right up under my face. I don't notice it until it's on my face. You can guess what happens immediately after that. We're actually up to 91 at the moment, Ross. Honestly, Geth were consistently some of the hardest enemy groups we would get. I would get in Mass Effect 3. For me, for my opinion. You get what I mean. Without the suicide mission and 2 DLCs.
They've seen us.
Oh, there's an interesting idea.
Instant shot effective.
What if Reapers indoctrinate themselves? I mean, obviously that's not true in the games, because we have the terrible, terrible explanation in Mass Effect 3 for what the Reapers are, but in the rewrite, what if the Reapers indoctrinate even everything, including themselves?
Executing pseudo command.
Like the worst possible example of an echo chamber. We will be playing Arrival dead last, yes. I feel it is the best time to do it since it literally leads into Mass Effect 3. Directly. Exactly. Yeah, you get it. You get it. The only question mark there would be what started the indoctrination process. Was it something they were built to do? Was it something they designed in themselves to indoctrinate others? There's a lot of options there.
Target contact. Target contact.
Cover, please. Thank you.
Sniper rifle neutralization.
In canon, K? There's probably nothing there. They're just hanging out in the space where they know nobody will reach them.
Are these databases?
Processors. Each contains thousands of Geth.
Can't they see us walking by?
They are no more aware of us than you are of cells in your bloodstream.
This isn't like the other hubs we've seen here.
This is a database. It contains a portion of the Heretic's accumulated memories. We discovered copies of our current patrol routes in this database. This suggests the heretics have runtimes within our networks.
We wouldn't be here if the heretics wanted to be friends with the Geth. Why wouldn't they spy on you?
You do not understand. Organics do not know each other's minds. Geth do. We are not suspicious. We accept each other. The heretics desired to leave. We understood their reasons. We allowed it. There was peace between us.
It couldn't have lasted forever. You disagreed about what path your race should take.
Human history is a litany of blood shed over differing ideals of rulership and afterlife. Geth have no such history. We shared consensus on such things. How could we have become so different? Why can we no longer understand each other? What did we do wrong?
When individuals are separated, they develop in different ways. When they get back together, they don't always get along.
If this is the individuality you value, we question your judgment. This topic is irrelevant. We must return to the mission.
Have you reached a decision about whether to rewrite the heretics or not?
We are still trying to build consensus. Some processes judge destruction preferable, others rewrite.
And that's why synthesis is the best ending.
Let's keep moving.
Yes. Assuming control.
This is it?
Yes, we will upload a copy of our runtime into the core. It will delete all copies of the virus. When complete, it will notify us. The indexing operation will take time. The heretics will respond with force to our upload. We must hold this room. We can override some of the station's internal systems to defend us. Are you ready to begin?
Start your upload, Legion. We'll defend this position.
File transfer begun. Shepard Commander, where would you like us to activate defenses? Alert. Heretic runtimes downloading to mobile platforms. Alert. Heretic runtimes hacking turret. Automated light weaponry.
Not quite, but
Heretic runtimes downloading to mobile platforms.
They do have a couple of ideas with this one.
Nothing's faster than the speed of our call.
Alert. Heretic runtimes downloading to mobile platforms. Eliminated. Long-range target neutralized.
spotted.
Enemy disabled.
Last I checked, warp ammo is good against everything. That's why I use it.
Data mine and analysis complete. Shepard Commander, it is time to choose. Do we rewrite the heretics or delete them?
Why are you letting me make this decision? They're your people.
We are conflicted. There is no consensus among our higher order runtimes. 573 favor rewrite, and 571 favor destruction. Shepard Commander, you have fought the heretics. You have perspective we lack. The Geth grant their fate to you.
So why do I choose rewrite? There's options, there's reasonings here, there's nuances. But the new thing that occurred to me since then is that killing them all and rewriting them all both kills them. So, if you're going to kill them all and create a bunch of corpses, or kill them all and turn them into something useful, now, obviously this is still unethical, let's be very clear about that. This is still unpleasant. But the only way that this works is if we think that these are the only two options, which, conveniently enough, these are the only two options. It is kill them all, or rewrite them all. That's it. Now, there are other ways to think of this. There are other ways to look at this. And I'm not even saying this is the absolute thing. This is just the additional thought I had since the last time I streamed this game 8 years ago. Because I've had to do a lot of analysis of fiction which goes into things like identity, and I've had to decide what determines identity in my own setting. And so these kind of thoughts have come to me ever since. Because we could argue whether or not they're the same people or not after being corrected. But I really hesitate to use a word like corrected, even in a case like this where it's pretty clear we are right. Because it's really easy for that to go one step too far and say, well, I've decided to correct Lord Harriman. Because, I don't know, because he likes purple. And that's unacceptable. Red is the true color, as we will see in the third game. So.
If they're rewritten, your people will accept them back? Will they even want to go back?
They will agree with our judgments in return. We will integrate their experiences. All will be stronger.
Take them then. When we get control of the core, release the virus.
Acknowledged. Releasing virus. Note, remote access via high-gain transmission required.
What does that mean?
The virus will be sent to heretics in nearby star systems. This station will broadcast a powerful electromagnetic pulse through FTL channels.
How powerful?
Yield in excess of 1.21 petawatts. Alert. EM flux will be hazardous to unshielded organic forms. Addendum. The interior of this station is not shielded.
I really wish you'd said that before. Back to the ship. Double time, people.
Thanks, Legion. Appreciate you. Tim would absolutely agree with the rewrite, although for very different reasons. To Tim, there are no such thing as people, only tools.
They've seen it.
Tim would hesitate to get rid of a useful tool. And that's it. That was the totality of how he would look at it. Nothing else to it. By the way, how many of you have died on this fleeing from the section right here?
This should soften them up.
On insanity, admittedly. Agreed, Lord Harriman.
Got you.
Okay, yep, this is fun. Really need to get rid of some fire I'm taking.
Drop my throat!
Oh yeah, the final reason I'd be in favor of this? It gives them a choice. Right now, for all intents and purposes, the heretics have no choice. If you know anything about me, you know I'm big on choice. Rewriting of Geth Heretics will make the main Geth faction significantly more powerful. Given perception of Reapers, there may be possible allies, although long-term cooperation remains unlikely. Regardless, data recovered from Geth Station offered valuable insight into AI's social and technological processes. Legion should be committed to the mission after Shepard's help with the Geth Heretics.
Commander, Tali just went to have a chat with Legion. You better get down to the AI core.
I'm on it, Joker.
Here's the other thing.
Shepard, I'm glad you're here. I caught Legion scanning my Omni tool. It was going to send data about the flotilla back to the Geth.
Creators performed weapons tests and were discussing plans to attack us. We believed it necessary to warn our people.
We already made the Geth stronger by rewriting the ones that worship the Reapers. I won't let Legion endanger the fleet by giving them more information.
Creator Tali Zora acts out of loyalty to her people. She was willing to be exiled to protect them. We must also protect our people from the Creator threat.
You can't let this happen, Shepard. I trusted you, and I worked with a Geth on the team, but this is too much.
Tali, your father was running brutal experiments. If the subjects had been human, I'd damn well be telling the Alliance about it.
I know, but if the Geth find out...
They'd attack, which would cause a war that would leave both the Geth and the Quarians vulnerable when the Reapers show up. Is that what you want, Legion?
We believed it was necessary to relay the information.
Sooner or later, you're both gonna have to stop fighting this war, or we'll all end up paying for it.
To facilitate unit cohesion, we will not transmit data regarding Creator plans.
Thank you, Legion. I understand your intention. What if I gave you some non-classified data to send?
We would be grateful.
Yeah, this scene works so much better than the other one. Which is a shame, because the other one could have worked. As I mentioned. It just didn't. It was just two drama llamas going, Much as I'd love to beat the game tonight, it's already half an hour after my usual cutoff point. As a reminder, there will be no streams tomorrow, and there will be no streams Saturday. That's set in stone. What I do not know is the next day I'll be streaming. I do not know if I will be doing Sunday stream. So either we will finish Mass Effect 2 Sunday, or we'll finish Mass Effect 2 Monday. One of the two. Either way, I'll see you.